Table Talk. I'm Mike joined with Max and Chris. Corey is having difficulty because he's trying to stream from a hotel Wi-Fi, and of course, once again, Jack from the Badana Group is joining us. Um, I don't want to waste too much time. Just a couple of quick little announcements. We are still campaigning for our Gen Con campaign to fund our trip. We are still going no matter what. We're just asking people if they can donate to help us out. It would be greatly appreciated. I don't have the tracker up because this is a special layout that Jack has provided for us to
Yeah.
his show off Branchriders when we do this one shot. So, with that, nothing crazy. Jack, take us away. Start
All
our
right.
adventure.
So I wanted to kind of surprise the gang tonight because I know that last week, for those of you who were on last week's stream, I was talking about the Borderland, which is still a possibility, but I figured, what if not the element of choice? So I have 3 different adventures that I could throw the gang through tonight. One is the one I originally planned, Through the Borderland, which is our Wild West realm full of all tons of creative. So lots of crazy fun there. I also wanted to make the offer that if you wanted, we also have an adventure I could run in the Heights, which is actually the adventure that comes with the Branchriders core rulebook. That's right. If you want to check out more about what we're playing tonight, what we've been talking about now for the last 2 weeks, you can just go to www.branchriders.com. That contains tons of info about the system, as well as all of your links to Drive-Thru-RPG. Remember, sales of the game help benefit our nonprofit and our mission and bring a lot of fun to your table, as you're going to see tonight. And then the third was an adventure in the Chain that I've also run before. So the Chain is our steampunk realm, the Heights is our superhero realm, and the Borderland is our Wild West creative realm. So I'm going to let the group discuss, and I can run either of those 3. So you gents tell me what you're in the mood for, and I will scoop the flavors of nice cream.
Do you guys want me to roll a D3?
You know what? I like it. Let's random roll it.
Complete chaos. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm down to clown.
Just don't let me roll them.
Wait,
All right.
I didn't. Hold on.
Well,
I
you
didn't
tell
set
us
up
what it is.
I didn't set up what the numbers were.
Oh, okay.
I didn't set the number.
All right.
We'll just go alphabetically. We'll go Borderland, Chain, then Heights in that order. So what we got?
I rolled a 2.
I rolled a 2, so it's the Heights. No, the Chain.
The Chain.
All right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So we'll kind of talk through the system as we go. As you can see, and as we've talked about, it is intensely easy to play. So we will kind of learn as we go based off of what we talked about. So I think what we might start with is, why don't you guys go ahead and introduce your characters to us. Now, remember, on the sheet, there is your impression and your description. Impression is how you appear to others. Description is who you are at the inside. So share as much as you want and leave some wonderful grenade surprises for later. So, Mike, why don't you start us off? Who are you playing today?
I am playing Rufus. He is he's an anthropomorph that is a lion. And he looks very beat up, wearing raggedy clothes, scars everywhere. He's kind of rough and grumbles a lot. Yeah, I think that's all I really want to get into right now.
All right. Chris, why don't you go ahead? Who are you playing today?
I am playing Dr. Victor Quinn, also known as AKA the Resonance Architect.
Resonance
So-
Architect. Great.
Put that in a business card.
And impression-wise, when you see him, he's in a very tailored suit. And what you notice is within the suit, it looks like he has metal threading throughout the suit as well. He's wearing a pair of lapel pins that kind of look like a satellite shape. And The other thing that you kind of notice is his pupils and his ears are constantly adapting and changing.
What do you mean changing and
So
adapting?
his pupils are like almost like he's focusing on multiple things all the time, and then his ears almost have what like a dog or a cat would have, even though he's like human form, where his ears kind of twitch and turn in different directions to catch different sounds. So
Interesting.
Okay.
Okie doke. And then Max, who are you playing today?
I am going to be playing Camden, or just Cam for short. Going to be kind of a tall, slender build, lean, dirty blonde, kind of like just above the ear length hair, short cut on the side. You see him mostly walking around in what looks like this nano weave, almost like onesie.
Ooh.
And then he does have a couple, they almost kind of look like fanny packs, but he's got one that hangs on like either side of his hip.
Okay.
And that's all I'm going to give away for now.
All right. So just to kind of jump a little bit into kind of character and such. So the Nexus, which is where you all come from, it is your home away from home. It is your home base. However you want to describe it, it is where you live, where you work, where you play, where you relax between missions. Before you kind of hear the call getting you to go to Branchriders HQ at the Nexus for your briefing, what is your character doing to kind of pass the time? Like, we assume that you will have hobbies. You're not just men of adventure. Does anybody want to jump in on what it is that you're doing to kind of occupy your time?
When we're not out running a mission, Cam usually is seeing a lot, kind of going over supplies in the supply room. And he's hunched over a table right now, and he's got both of his basically side pouches unbuckled and on the table, and he's going through and kind of counting and organizing and looking at his supplies, and he sees that like one of the packages is ripped, so he sets it aside, grabs a fresh one, repacks the kit, checks it off, zips it up, attaches it, goes to the next one, kind of does that.
Okay.
You see him cataloging and inventorying the stuff that he's gone through, making a list, and then writing it down, and he will basically take that and hand that list into like whoever's in charge of logistics, saying, hey, this is what I've used. We need to get more whenever we have a chance.
Okay. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Who's next?
I don't mind jumping in. So you see that Victor tends to have so he has like a tablet that he's walking around all the time, like just writing stuff in, and he's constantly what you notice with him is he's always honed in on something. Like he's looking around at stuff all the time, and as he's walking, he's writing these like mathematical equations down. And he would like he'll look at something and he'll like stare at it for a little while, and you'll see these weird like pupil changes and ears kind of moving around and stuff, and then he'll write down this like mathematical equation, and then like go on to the next thing. So he's constantly moving around. He has these rods that he'll walk around with, and like when he's staring at something, sometimes he'll flick these rods together and like point them in the same direction, and play with these rods a little bit. So it's like a dinning rod or a dowsing rod that he's using, but he's using them almost like a tuning fork too. So
All right. Very nice.
All right. Rufus, he spends a lot of his time in the park areas, and he does a lot of bird watching. And
The yellow-bellied sapsucker.
and while he's there, he also likes to kind of use the trees in the area as a scratching post to kind of keep his claws sharp. So, yeah,
All right.
How very fitting.
I know.
I love it.
So you're all just kind of, minding your business, doing your thing. And, as a branch rider, that's one of these things that, depending on the nature of the emergency, you could be called upon at any time. So just for your awareness and everybody's, another little kind of creative flourish here, just to help you really get into character, every branch rider has what's essentially kind of like a Pip-Boy. So it's a little device, and it does a couple of things. It monitors, most notably, the level of blight energy from any given emergency. So this is kind of your biggest indicator, and why always at the table we have an exposure tracker present. It is something you must keep hidden. If someone finds it, they're kind of going to go, what the heck is this measuring? But one of the interesting things that we've kind of added to the description is that your branch rider's exposure tracker, like your blight detector, can take many different forms. So it could be based on the genre that you're from. It could be something that's kind of noted to your character. So the alert that comes through, what does that look like for your branch rider when the alert that tells you, please report to Captain Norvik's office immediately, there is a level 2 blight emergency that you're going to be dispatched on?
Rufus is probably looks a lot like a police lights, red and blue flashing.
Nice.
And he'll kind of like look around, and then it'll flash, and he looks down at it, and he looks back up for a minute, and then he like turns and leaves.
Okie doke.
Cam would almost be kind of like how a lot of police officers and even like private security will have like the in the ear kind of headset, and he's like going through and he handed that list off to the logistics personnel, and then gone back to the supply room and like just doing a double check over his stuff, and he gets that alert, and then he just packs up and leaves real quick.
All right, right on the case.
Do you guys remember like the late 90s Nokia phones? You would spend like $3 on a sound bite, like so that way your phone would ring a certain way. So when the alert comes through, it's these like weird frequencies that are going off that like nobody else understands what's going on, but Victor will know what the message is from that.
Is it
okay? So you're Luke, and R2 is your blight detector. Like no one
Exactly, there you
understands
go.
for you. All right.
I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be the Kim Possible chime in.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah,
no. It's the angry R2. Wow.
Nice. Very nice.
It changes frequencies it's almost like a 2FA, like the frequencies are constantly changing when it comes through. Yeah. So
okay.
Oh, I hate it already.
Yeah, so you all report to Captain Norvik's office. It's pretty standard operating procedure. You're familiar with it by now. I mean, you're newer branch riders, but you're by no means completely green. So, as is typical, Norvik is always there waiting for you, no matter how quickly you think that you run down there, and no matter how fast you go. Norvik is always there looking as though he's been waiting for an hour. Norvik, oddly enough, still wears his Steel Imperium officer's uniform as his official kind of attire, even though it is very well known that Norvik was once a high-ranking official in the Steel Imperium, and it was his discoveries and kind of his awareness of the atrocities of the Imperium throughout the chain that kind of got him to turn his ways. And it was actually a branch rider mission that brought him to the Nexus. So he, even though he's the head of Branch Riders Academy and the head of the training programs and such, he's really not been there like since the day it started or anything like that. He doesn't really like to talk about his time in the Imperium. He looks upon it as a big stain upon his personal ethics. He very much still carries himself in a no-nonsense kind of way. So as you kind of arrive in, he just kind of, silently nods. Do each of you come in, or any of you come in any kind of like special theatrical or character blended way? You see what I'm kind of driving at again? Getting into character.
Rufus just kind of like stomps in, like nods, and then he just walks in.
Cam would be kind of just like jogging down the hallway towards his office, and as he turns the corner, he kind of stops and kind of pulls on his nano weave suit and just kind of onesie and straightens it out, and then just nods at the captain, walks in, and takes a seat.
Very, very officiously, just kind of nodding at your promptness, even though his face may not show it.
Victor walks in and says, I got the message, but when he says that, everybody in the room, he says it, but it sounds like whatever he said was like in your ear. Like it's almost like you're a microphone, like in your, like it's there. Like it doesn't sound like it was from a distance. It was like very clear and wasn't loud, wasn't any of that, but it was just like straight to the point, very clear, and it was unmistakably like easy to hear.
Well, I am, of course, very gratified that the communication system is still functional and operational. Are you doing more of your tricks with sound?
And he says, no tricks, and the same thing. Like you guys hear it, like it's instantaneous to the ears. Like it doesn't look like it's coming out of the mouth at all.
And Cam, like when it almost sounds like in his ears, Cam pulls it out and you see him kind of like looking over it, like he thinks it's malfunctioning, and then he puts it back in.
Rufus just starts like scratching at one of the chairs because he doesn't like the sound in his head.
Great, you're blowing the dog whistle for one of your teammates. That's great. Okay, I'm definitely not going to mince words with any of you today. We have a mission which is potentially very dangerous for all of us and potentially also for the curtain. So, first of all, you will be traveling to my realm of origin. The mission that we have, and as usual, we have limited intel. The mission is going to go to the chain. We have received word from some of our emissaries that the Steel Imperium is once again up to their old tricks. We don't exactly know what they are looking for. We only know that we have a level 2 blight signature that is very much prognosticated to be much higher. We know from some of the messages that we've intercepted that the Imperium is looking to take possession of a device of potential immeasurable power. This involves a couple of strange things. One, we know from our transmissions that they have mentioned venturing into the cloud, into the fog. Now, I don't need to remind you that the fog is a very dangerous place for anyone to try to transverse, mostly because it messes with all manner of conveyance, tracking. Lots of vehicles, lots of airships have been reported going lost within the fog. And if the Imperium has found one of the ancient islands from some of the technology from long ago, we really don't know what they may find. All we do know is that there is a small attaché, if you will, of Steel Imperium forces that are currently stockpiling raw, tenebrous energy. Now, again, to remind you, and to remind the players in the story, tenebrous energy, of course, we know is actually pure blight that grows within the very rock. And they mine this. So a couple of things to bear in mind. One, it is highly volatile, highly explosive. So please be careful with any type of armaments. Also, the level that we know that they are stockpiling is of very high concentration. So we're a little bit worried about the amount of tenebrous that they are stockpiling. We are basically going to touch you down to a local dock area where they are doing the loading in. Your job as usual, Branchriders, is to find out what is the nature of the problem. And depending on what you find, you are under no circumstances to bring whatever device it is back here. If it is something of ancient technology, especially if it invites the use of tenebrous and blight energy, we do not want it to soil the sanctity of the Nexus.
Would you prefer we destroy it?
Well, it all depends. If it is something that we feel may be better utilized by a resistance force that is there to cause a little bit of trouble for them, we will allow you to make that determination. If you feel that the device is too powerful for anybody to have, then by all means, make your own decision and we shall abide by it. Do you have any questions? I know, as usual, we have limited intel, but what do you have for me before I send you to Gossamer and all of her witchery?
You see Cam is like has a little hollow pad pulled up on the back of his arm and he's kind of like typing notes as he's going.
Okay.
And he, as you ask, like if there's any questions, you see him kind of just skimming through. I think that about covers it. And then he hits a button and it disappears.
Yes, remember, especially for you with some of your high technology, the chain is not quite to where your levels are, so be very careful about your devices. But I'm sorry, I am always in instructor mode, even when I'm dealing with graduates. You are all capable. That is why you have been assigned to the teams. So
Rufus kind of like shifts in the seat and he goes and he looks over at the instructor and he goes, "Do we have a point of contact?"
no, unfortunately, you'll be going dark, as they say. We know that the contingent, because, of course, with some of my advance and prior knowledge of the Imperium, it is known that I recognize, which tells me that whatever it is that they are doing, they're keeping it very secret. So, unfortunately, at this point at least, there are no immediate contact persons. Now, of course, the nature of your mission may involve some twists and turns, as they always do. So, if so, we would send you any type of message via your communication devices. Of course, as always, once you touch down, we will contact you. You cannot contact us unless the mission is a success.
Understood.
Fine.
Victor like looks and he repeats back. So just to be sure, do not bring a device back if we find it, but if we can decide what we need to do with it based off of how it would impact the realm itself. Make sure we hide our tech and like keep everything clean in the chain so that way they don't see any of that because they're not up to speed on the tech that we have, and we'll be going dark with no contact person. But when he says all of this, it's exactly your voice.
Okay, I think I said something about this at the beginning when you walked in. I understand that you have a certain proclivity towards sounds and intonations. However, if you please could not make me garble my words by sending what I say back to me, potentially even while I am saying it, that would be very comforting to me.
And he says understood, and like when you hear it, it's like almost soothing.
Rufus kind of shakes his head. Stupid tape recorder.
If you have any other questions for me, team, proceed down the hall to Gossamer. I do not know if she has any direct devices or anything, although I do know some of you are from Anthro realms, so you may need to have some further hiding devices that you pick up. So you just head down there, and you will be off to the chain as soon as you can possibly be. Okay?
Rufus gets up, kind of nods at the instructor, walks out the door, and stops at Quinn, and he's like, "You have a mouth, right?"
And he says, "Yeah, it's right here, but it's in your voice."
Cam's like following
I
Rufus.
grunt and I walk out, shaking my head.
But before you could even grunt and go out the door, I look over at Victor and I'm like, well, I guess we need to find somebody to make sure the litter box gets changed. And I just step through the door.
Whoa. All right. So you've made this walk down the hallway multiple times before. It's definitely of no surprise to you. Gossamer's office, as I think I described last week, Gossamer's headquarters. She is the quartermaster. She is the head of research and design. She is this wonderful, and I say that dependent on your flavor, uh, wonderfully chaotic little fairy that comes from the crags, and she's really about maybe like 2 feet. So she's very small, very tiny, always fluttering about. And her office is kind of like one of those like Roger Moore era James Bond representations of Q Branch, where there's always like flames going and you hear explosions in the background. And like most of her assistants look absolutely terrified, except the really weird ones who are like in the happiest place on earth.
I love it. I love it.
So you arrive and Gossamer, kind of uncharacteristically, is not on site immediately. So you notice David, one of her normal assistants that you see, is just kind of running around with a clipboard, and he just kind of like almost runs into you as he comes over. Oh, hey, are you here for testing?
No.
Need
Oh,
gear.
that's too bad.
Yeah. We got a mission.
Oh, so do you need the boss?
If
Yeah.
she's available.
Well, I mean, she makes herself available, especially when folks are going out. Where are you going? What realm?
Go to the
Chains?
chain.
Yeah, chains.
Oh, yes, we will definitely need some disguise equipment depending. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and get Gossamer. And you see him just scurry off a little bit, and he just goes and disappears through a door in the back, and you hear like this yelly, screechy voice, just like, "What is it now?" And it's just, you hear banging and crashing of stuff. It's just, fine. The door just opens up, and Gossamer just flits out, and like a billow of smoke follows after her, and she's like, "I told you, relax. We have cream, salves, and ointments. It's only going to burn for another 5 hours. Please, you're a professional."
When she's saying that, you see Cam go into one of his pouches and he pulls out a little like disposable pack of ointment and gives it to her.
What's
Go
this?
ahead and pass that on to him. It's an anesthetic as well. It'll probably be, my guess is it's going to be a little bit better than what you've got going towards him.
Well, I don't think you understand the nature of the assignment. I want him to feel the pain, so I know how much it hurts.
He just takes his pouch back and puts it in, zips it up.
What are you, a scientist now? What? Okay. All right, so David, in between his stammering nerves, told me that you're going to the chain. What exactly are you going there for?
Got a mission. We got to find the blight.
Well, of course you have a mission. You're coming to me for things. What are you doing? Come on, chop chop. I got people to blow up.
Looks like Steel Imperium are back at whatever crap they're into usually, and it sounds like they've got a stockpile of this Tanniverse energy that they're hoarding now, and we're being sent to investigate all of that, see what's going on.
Gotta find a
Yeah.
weapon, decide if we're gonna destroy it or give it to somebody who can take it apart. Gotta decide.
Well, I know for certain that you and I are going to need to talk about some cosmetics because of, and she like kind of flits like real close to your face and like tries to wave her hand to surround your whole face. You know, this, we don't want to cause any kind of alarm. No offense. I think you're perfect. So as usual, you have a choice. When you go with Gossamer, you go with the best. So here's your choice. You can either have tech or magic.
We'll go with tech.
I like the way you think. Okay. She rummages around in her left pocket. She pulls out like, no. She goes back into the right pocket, pulls out, no. Oh, she looks at her hand and there's like, she's wearing like just tons of rings and jewelry. Again, just envision like a 2 feet tall Cyndi Lauper kind of mixed with like that lady from Monsters Inc. Like that kind of like Wazowski energy.
I'm always watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
And she pulls one of the rings off. She goes, okay, so this piece of lovely jewelry, not well, I guess it is sort of costume jewelry if you think about it. Anyway, what this is this is a mild holographic projector. What it does is, as long as you are wearing it, remember never to change the position of the ring. Once it sets into you, I'm sorry, not sets into your skin, that makes it sound like it's clawing into you. When you put it onto your body, it will automatically link, but when you decide to activate it, it will present whatever type of image, but that image cannot be changed. If the item gets damaged, you'll completely revert, potentially painfully, but most definitely back to your original form. So be very careful when you get into the scuffles, because I know you kids like that kind of thing. And she just like hands it over to you. You can almost feel the dramatic like dun 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 kind of music.
Rufus just kind of grunts and he puts it on.
Hey, look at it this way. These people have to go to a Halloween store when they visit your home realm, so it's no big whoop, right?
It's true.
So, now the most fun that I ever get to have on a mission. And she pulls out like, basically it's like a Moleskine notebook just from her vest pocket, and she kind of like licks the pencil tip. She goes, so as you know, I specialize in custom orders. Is there anything that you guys think might be fun? That maybe I can whip up something, or maybe it's something I already have just lying in a drawer somewhere? Test me. And she gets this like giddy, like childish excitement, like when a kid in the 50s got their actual like science chemistry kit with actual uranium in it. Like she's just so like, yeah. Oh yeah, fun fact, in the 50s you got actual radioactive material in your science kit.
I would when she says test me, I would look cautiously but highly concerned towards Victor.
Wow, already a reputation. We haven't gotten started yet.
I'd look at her, and in like you finally hear this like deep, kind of soothing but like very like professional voice, and he said, I'd like to get some magnifying goggles and a sonar earpiece if possible.
First of all, thank you for going with the original recipe here. I know you can do 31 flavors, but anyway. So goggles. Anything special you want to be able to see? Because of course I can give you sight beyond sight.
And he like, as you say that, he slow, like he creates this reverberation in the room. And everybody in the room can start to feel this like reverberations going on, and as he's doing that, there's can you explain really quick just what's in the room, if there's any like pieces of glass or like a piece of metal or anything like that would like be able to shift without breaking?
Yeah, there's basically what it is the best way to describe it. It's kind of like, it's actually kind of looks like a convention. You know, have you ever been to like just a regular game con or any kind of like, you know, professional conference or whatever, where it's kind of like in the vendor area where there are like little 10 by 10 booths that are kind of scattered throughout. Each booth has like its own little experiment going on. And they're obviously shielded, so that way if anything like would explode or leak or whatever, it's all covered.
If
So,
there's a
yeah.
piece of cloth there, he
Oh,
would
yeah.
like as he's talking, you guys finally get to see what he sees all the time, and you see all these like geometrical, like geometrical shapes and like wave patterns and stuff going on through this like piece of cloth. And he's like, I want to magnify that.
So you want to see geometric patterns in things. Are you an artist now?
It's more picking up on very fine-tuned sound wave patterns
Oh. So
from a
the complete
distance.
fusion of audio and visual media.
Correct.
I like this. I'll tell you what. Here's what I can do. And she reaches into a pocket and she's like, no. And then she kind of reaches. She's kind of like Harpo Marx. She got like 25 friggin' pockets in her
The
coat.
funny part is while she's doing that and she's like reaching in stuff, he was still kind of projecting stuff. And as she's grabbing stuff, the shape of what she's touching is coming up on the cloth, like behind her.
All right. She's kind of looking in. She kind of gives you that look that like someone did when they think you're reading like their test paper during an exam. She's kind of like, are you ever pleased with a surprise? Ever?
He just kind of shakes his head no.
Kids today. Look. And she pulls out basically what looks like the equivalent would be like a 1980s Bausch and Lomb contact lens case. She picks it up and she says, okay. Well, let me explain what it does, then what it may also do. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. So, these little peeper additions, you put these over your eye. Once you do this, you will be able to see things down to the most base audio components. However, if at any time you strain yourself too much, or if you get a whack to the noodle, there is a slight possibility that they could bond with your eyeballs and augment your normal vision. I'm assured from David, and David like walks by as she mentions his name, and he kind of like, and he just kind of like scurries off a little quicker. Don't be such a baby. That it doesn't last for too long. It's only a risk, but the benefit, especially knowing what you like to play around with, could be very beneficial. And she hands them to you almost with like this solemnity in her like she hands it to you, and as you put your hand over, she like pats your hand like she's giving you like your grandfather's watch from the war or something. You know, it's just like she's giving you her baby.
And he says, just to be sure, I'll still have my normal vision up close, but I'll be able to see further away of what I normally see. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless something really bad happens, in which
Sure.
And of course, as usual, I'll need a full debrief from you on how they worked. They're still kind of being monkeyed with. Yeah. Anything else for Christmas?
Yeah. I'll probably take something a little similar, but I think it's probably better just to show you real quick. And he pulls out what looks like a
You're
full
going to show me, Gossamer. I'm fascinated.
So he pulls out this like full hood that he pulls down and tucks into his nanoweave suit, and it just leaves his eyes revealed. And then he has a pair of goggles that he pulls down as well, and you can see him tap a spot on his chest, and then he goes completely invisible as he activates a stealth suit.
She legit just starts like golf clapping rapidly, just like, well done. Well done.
So he untaps it,
So you want maybe to have a readout to know how somebody is.
Yeah.
I like that.
And also have it something that, because I'm assuming we're obviously going to get clothing that's going to match where we're going. I'm going to have my suit underneath all of that. So when the situation arises, I can slip out of that real quick, still have my glasses on, goggles, whatever they end up being, and stealth as needed and have the ability to read.
As long as you're not naked, because that could be very, very awkward if the stuff fails. Okay,
Understood.
I can do it. Do you trust me? You're taking way too long to answer that question.
Consider this the first step in a mutual agreement.
Oh,
And he
so
will,
if I don't kill you, we're fine.
he will, based on her look, is she like wanting to take a look at the goggles?
Oh, yeah. She totally
He-
wants to get her mitts on those puppies.
He basically slips them off the hood. There's a little sleeve that they kind of wrap around. So he undoes all of that and then slides the goggles across the table. As long as we get him back before we go, obviously.
It's like, you make these yourself?
Where I'm from. Yeah, we have those.
Victor like looks at you and he's like, "Is it gonna fix this problem?" And he amplifies the sound of the mites like underneath the fur of sorry, Mike, what was your character's name?
Rufus.
Rufus. Yeah, he acted like he like amplifies the sound of like the mites underneath the fur of Rufus.
You see little twist in the neck and just chooses to ignore it.
Rufus smashes at the table next to him and just starts snarling.
Yeah, you guys are gonna do great together. Anyway, and she's kind of like, as she's tinkering, it's really kind of amazing thing to watch Gossamer work like directly in the spot, because the way she does is as she's like turning these over and she's looking at them, like it's almost as if you could see her eyes disassembling the device mentally.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
she's kind of like doing like a break, like a Tony Stark kind of like just kind of breaking it down, and then like in her fingers, as she molds her fingers in a certain way, like you see like little screwdrivers, little like laser scalpels, like little devices that she's kind of monkeying around with it. She goes, I think I figured it out. All right.
Perfect.
Yes, you will have the ability to have these just look like a normal set of glasses that will, of course, fit with the chain. However, you will be able to check someone's biorhythms with this. You'll be able to tell if someone has the common cold. These are wonderful. However, if for any reason these get damaged, you might run the risk of projecting whatever weakness you have back to your enemy. Is that a deal breaker?
Deal.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
That's deal, is what he was saying.
Are you sure you don't ever want to pull any volunteer hours in the lab? You seem like you have the right temperament for it. Right, David?
Next time David walks by, I just slide him that little sleeve of ointment.
He just kind of like, it doesn't say a word, just kind of grabs it, pockets it, just kind of moves on.
Perfect.
Now, your ring doesn't technically count as Gossamer Special. That's kind of standard issue. Anything that you want? Sorcerer milk, perhaps? That's a little joke.
Can you give me something that will block out his sound?
She looks completely nonplussed, and she reaches into her one side pocket and just pulls out a set of earplugs. She's like, really?
Well, apparently that doesn't work. I hear it in my brain.
Oh, maybe I grabbed the wrong earplugs. And she turns to Victor and she goes, maybe I should have had the earplugs of giving a damn about your friends. I'm sorry, I'm fresh out of those. But if you want something to maybe give you a little bit more control over what your ears hears and what they doesn't hear.
Yeah, let's do that.
So she gives you very quickly, and again, it's always strange when Gossamer just seems to have the right thing. Could be the magic from the crags, maybe it's Maybelline, who knows. But she pulls out these device. It's literally is framed to the shape of your ears. So it's like this very slimline device that basically just kind of slips over your ears. She goes, now, this, of course, is going to be able to allow you to enhance or control. Let's just say someone throws an explosive. Not that that would ever happen here in the lab without my permission, but you could almost automatically nullify your ability to hear to prevent you from getting any kind of shock damage. So it can act as a shield or an enhancer. You can either tune it up or tune it down. That's totally up to you, though.
All
Now,
right,
of course, there might be a risk.
Of course.
And these are mostly if something would happen to the devices, the safety parameters might get a little verschmeggled. A very little risk for the benefit. Again, we're trying to help those to be a new type of communication device for a branch rider in the field. So you're kind of testing how sensitive the devices are. Are you okay with this?
Sure.
Well, that's about all that I have for all of you to mess around with today. Good luck. Stop the Imperium. They really suck.
Thanks, Gossamer. And I'll just tap on the counter and turn and go to the doorway and wait for the other two.
All right.
Max, out of character, what was your character's name? So I have it down.
You can just do Cam for short.
Cam. Okay.
So Cam, Victor, Rufus. Got it. Or actually, my order, Rufus, Victor, Cam, according to how my screens are. Actually, yeah. Okay. So the normal kind of third spot is you are all heading down to, if you, again, look at the background image that we have here on the overlay, that is the portal, which is the wonderful way that everybody gets transported to where they get transported. So imagine, if you will, if you don't have a handy dandy copy of the rulebook in front of you, which of course I do. Yes, Mike, you will be getting yours shortly. It's our running gag now. But you will actually get it at some point, so then the gig will no longer run. The portal is basically a gigantic circle, think Stargate, but it's cut up into 8 pie-shaped slices, so kind of like a Trivial Pursuit piece, but 8 wedges. And each of the wedges, it's kind of like, I guess you could compare it to like one of those multi-TV things when they used to tell you how bad cable was back in the 80s, where it's kind of like each one is playing like different various chopping scenes. And they're all from the different 8 realms. And you notice above each of these little areas, there's like a little light. And the light, basically, most of them are kind of like, you know, white, green. You notice specifically the one above the chain is kind of intermittently flashing between green and purple. And you all know that purple, of course, is the signature color of blight infection throughout the entire 8 realms. And that one's kind of bleeping and bleeping. And then you see the smiling, wonderful face of Dolores. So Dolores is an octopus anthro from the Burrows, and she is kind of like a 1930s receptionist. When you look into Dolores's tank, she's kind of half submerged in water, and all of her various appendages are like pulling these, like, obviously ancient looking technology of, if you know a switchboard, it's kind of like, I pull it from here, put it in there, I'm connecting the two things together. And she's just kind of mindlessly like pulling things from one side to the other, and you see like there's a different board for each realm. Each of those things are kind of just like blinking, so she's like just kind of plugging them all in, and she kind of like gives you like a hey, what's up, kind of nod while she's in the middle of doing some kind of missive. Dolores is kind of known to be the mother of basically all the Branchriders, or at least that's how she kind of seems to take care of them. She's one of the most pleasant persons in the entire Nexus. And she talks with a Northwestern accent, kind of like this. Well, hello, boys. About to go on a mission, are you?
Rufus just sighed. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. You'll go to the chain. We're going to sit you down in a very nice place. Think of it like a vacation at the beach.
Rufus, relax, man. It's honestly 15 minutes and you're not even going to know the change. It'll be fine.
Not the change I'm worried about. And he just kind of gestures back to Victor.
She goes, now the way that you play with your friends sometimes can be rough, but it's through those scrapes that we know what we can tolerate. On the other hand, and her head kind of like her big octopus eyes kind of swivel over, she goes, just because we can do something doesn't mean we always should. Doesn't it, Victor?
And like when she says that, he puts like a heart with mom in it inside the water.
Don't you try to flatter me now. Don't flatter me. All right, so you're sure that you got everything that you need? You're all ready to go?
I think it's as good as we're going to get.
Pushes the ring. Yeah.
What is your visualization? Like what does Rufus immediately change into?
Rufus stays the same height that he is now, so he stays 6'1", but he has slick back hair, still kind of muscular, brown eyes, like not a beard, but just like 5 o'clock shadow, t-shirt, like just a regular old t-shirt, and then pants to like not really stick out too much.
All right.
As he does the transformation, you see Victor's ears like tingling around, and like he's putting in like a notation, like a mathematical notation inside of his journal, and like closes it.
Immediately as you hit the ring and do this, your Branchriders reader sends a message. He goes, Branchriders augmentation device detected. Battery life 24 hours. Please be advised. And then Dolores turns kind of strangely officious, because normally she's very kind of motherly. She goes, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to set you down near Coastal City. It's near a dock. We've detected a small little airship that doesn't really bear significant markings of the Stale Imperium. When you drop down, we've established that there's a very small dock crew there who's doing most of the alerting work. Of course, as always, you got to keep yourself on the down low, and you got to make sure not to draw too much attention to yourselves. Don't create bodies. That creates trails. Trails create questions. Questions lead people back to us. Are you ready to go through now?
Yep.
Victor like gives the okay sign.
And her one tentacle goes up to the lever. It's this very big thing where she just like shunk. And as this happens, you notice the pie slice for the chain suddenly just like kind of does one of those Star Wars wipes where it just kind of bends out. And as it does, it like increases in size. And you see and almost smell the salt air coming through the portal. And you see this like large kind of beach area. It's not really like a proper dock with like buildings and stores and stuff. It's literally a lonely dock, kind of like a forgotten edge of the boardwalk in New Jersey. And there's just like a nice small ship that's sitting there. and you notice specifically that there are a stack of large crates. They're about 3 high, and they're maybe about 6 across. She goes, "Step through and you'll be on your way."
All right. Rufus nods and thanks Dolores and steps through the portal.
All right. So
And
y'all,
as I'm walking through, I kind of veer towards Dolores' tank and just hold a fist up to the glass for like a fist bump. And
she
there's
gives
just
you
a
little,
bit of,
little sucker bump.
yeah, and then there's just a quick all right, off we go. Thanks, Mom.
You're do
And he
fine. You're do fine. So much fuss and furry.
And he just steps through.
And Victor on the way through, he's like, "We got this. We'll be back."
If it would be possible to do a thumbs up with a tentacle, she does. And yeah, you go through, and you've gone on these types of forays before. They're training missions, other missions you've done. So yeah, you're kind of immediately there back behind these crates, and you kind of feel the energy dissipate from behind you from the portal energy, and you're on the job. You hear typical sounds, seagulls, birds. You feel that kind of warm breeze coming through. You definitely smell that kind of saltwater air. And then off in the distance, you hear a very nasty man. Right, come on, put your backs into it. We ain't paying you to do nothing and sit in your ass. And you kind of hear some like little grumbling. You can't be sure if it's kind of like, hey, son of a... But that's what you hear off in the distance. The 3 of you are now back behind a wall of crates. Take it away, gents.
What when we get there, can we see him or just hear him at that point?
At this point, you come in behind the crates, so you can only just hear the noises from beyond the crates. They never touch you down in any point of visibility unless absolutely necessary.
Right. You see Victor's like ears kind of like going crazy. He's like looking around and stuff, and you hear kind of in a distance in the opposite direction of where those voices were coming from, beyond where the people were. Like it sounds like the seagulls are making a ruckus. Like and like just this loud like seagull noise. And as he does that, he like looks over at the other two and kind of motions like, "Let's go."
No, I'll follow in behind and follow along.
So what Victor's trying to do, just from the GM standpoint, is like he's trying to make a loud enough noise where these people are going to stop what they're doing and kind of like look that direction, giving us like a space of time to get through. So,
all right, so you're gonna have the first roll of the game, sir. Woohoo!
okay.
All right. So in this instance, I would say that you are trying to distract them. I'm going to consider that to be a creative. And what we will say is that you are utilizing your gift for that. So at this point, Mike, were we able to get the small little identifier for the tracker?
For the exposure tracker, yes.
Yeah. Okay. If you could make sure that that is on 2 in the green, so that way those following along at home, as our exposure gets up, because I guarantee it will. Yeah, we are currently on exposure level 2, which means your die is whatever your creative is, whatever your gift is, which should be coded at a D8, and your exposure is also a D8. So those 3 dice are your pool. You'll roll them, and then anything 4 or higher is a success, and we will move it from that direction.
So just to be clear, I'm rolling 3d8 then.
Ooh,
So
your creative's
so creative
a D8?
is D8.
Nice.
And my gift is a D8. And then what was the last one?
The last one is your situation die, which is drafted off of the exposure tracker. Currently at a level 2 in the green. It's very light emergency. That is also a D8 for your exposure.
Okay. Got it. So yeah, all 3 are going to be D8s then.
All right. Good luck.
All right. I rolled a 14.
Well, give me the individual totals on the die. Any that are a 4 or a higher count as a success.
Okay.
So tell me out of 3 how many successes you had.
2 successes.
2 successes, which is a yes result, meaning you get what you want. So you're trying to create a distraction. Now, what was the purpose of the distraction? Was it to give you a little bit of time to move and kind of get
The i-
around, or?
The idea was to be able to. It sounded like we were on the ship when we got there. So the idea.
No, you were behind. I'm sorry, my apologies. You were behind a bunch of crates.
Okay.
They were kind of sitting off a wall in the distance.
Okay.
Um,
So I
So-
guess the idea is like to make it to where if they looked off and looked back, it wouldn't look odd that we just appeared, right? Because they weren't necessarily paying attention to that location
Yeah.
when we
Right,
came
right.
out from behind the crate. So that was kind of the idea, was to make it more like a natural appearance of like, oh, like where did they come from? But instead it would
Okay.
just be like they look over and see us walking down the dock after they were distracted.
Well, let's
So-
do a little bit. Let's do a little bit of an augmentation. So, because you were behind those crates, what we'll say is that that moment of distraction is going to give you an opportunity to do very brief intel. Okay. So, what you basically notice with kind of, you create the distraction and the folks, and now you can see them. There are approximately 6 folks who are over towards the dock area. One of them you've identified as an Imperium commander, which, governing the fact that the ship that you also see at your quick glance, kind of interesting, because usually commanders kind of don't take stock in like unimportant missions. So that tells you that what they're doing is very highly important, that they would have someone of that level going into this. But then you also notice that the remainder of the 5 are what we kind of call purlage pirates. They're just kind of normal salty dogs. It's people that are kind of, we pay you to do a thing, and if you ask one question, you're out. Like, not fired, you're dead. But there are people who, have criminal lifestyles behind them as pirates and ne'er-do-wells, so they kind of have to take this gig work. So you're kind of able to see there are 6 off in the distance. You don't really get a close look at them, but you're kind of doing like an immediate, like, ducking out from cover, checking out, kind of like Fifth Element. 15
Cool.
on the left, 13 on the right, All right. I'm sorry, Rufus or Cam, what are you gents doing while Victor just caught some light intel?
Check it. I mean, Cam's done similar work like this. Back where he's from, he kind of gets the general approach of what Victor's doing. So Cam will take the opportunity and kind of look the other way that he's not focusing on to make sure that the coast is clear, basically, that we don't have any sort of sources of alert or trouble coming from the other direction.
No, to be honest, the direction behind you is all like Dune. Like, this is definitely a secure outpost. The only thing that you can kind of notice is 2 things. One, the folks are definitely distracted and a little confused because the sound that kind of emanated, there aren't really the birds to substantiate it. So they're having kind of a giant WTH moment at the moment. But what you also notice is that near this dock area, there looks to be like a cave entrance of some kind.
I'll take
that
note of
is
that.
definitely dressed down.
Yeah.
That it's not supposed to, like, to pay no attention to this thing behind the curtain kind of a deal. But you do notice that not only are there these guys that are kind of distracted off in the distance, you also notice that about 4 of them are walking over toward the crates. But you do have a couple of like rock outcroppings with like some scattered tree cover. So if you wanted to get closer to the area, you do have appropriate cover to do so.
Okay. And then yeah, I'll I think at that point I would just kind of quietly elbow Victor and point out that rocks as a like an alternate route if we have to.
Okay. Rufus.
All right, so Rufus would immediately position himself behind the boxes, the stacked boxes, and look over the side down the dock where all the conversation was being had.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm examining to see what what they were doing before they got distracted. Like, were they picking up and hauling things off of the boat or loading things onto the boat?
Very good. Your perception is able to kind of tell you. Actually, go ahead and give me an observant subtlety roll. So whatever your observant stat is, plus your skill of subtlety, and your exposure is still at a D8.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
And I got a 4, 5, and a 6. So 3 successes.
All right. 3 successes. Fantastic. So that is a yes and, which means you get what you want. Here's a little bonus. So as you're kind of, looking through, you can kind of pick up on the subtext that they were kind of lollygagging on the dock, and the guy was like, dude, we got a schedule to keep. Like, come on, snap too. And it looked like they were kind of gathering from the hold. So they're in the process of loading, and there's obviously, these crates do not look small by any measure. So they are loading the ship with the tenebrous with the crates that are by the dock area. So it's a little bit of a walk, not terribly too much. You can also intuit that these crates were provided from the cave entrance. So you're kind of drawing some logical conclusions of this like little light operation that's going on. This is secret mining facility.
Meant to look incognito, not draw attention.
Yeah, and it's fairly clear that these crates more than likely contain tenebrous crystals. Again, highly volatile and explosive.
Well, I know I can get on the ship. What else do we need to do to get you two on there?
Is there any other ships in dock?
Nope. Just this one. It's a mid-sized ship. It does not look like it has any kind of armaments on it, at least that you could see. It's not necessarily like a delivery cruiser kind of a thing, but it looks very nondescript.
Rufus reaches up and grabs one of the boxes that's stacked. He says, I can get on that ship. He puts it on his shoulder and starts walking towards the ship with it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Mike, do me a favor and increase that exposure tracker by 1, please?
Okay.
Told you it would go up. So the 4 guys that are kind of walking towards the crates, once you like kind of hoist one on your shoulder, you just kind of start going. The 4 guys just kind of stop, and they're just kind of staring out. You hear the commander, "I'll just stop. Told you to go over and get those crates." "Well, there appears to be another person over there, sir." "What do you mean, another person? We only had a consignment of you 5 and me. Go and find out who's out in the middle of nowhere." And the guys kind of grab to their sides, pull out their cutlasses, and just start walking over to you. And one of them just says, "If I was you, I'd best put that crate down, mate. This isn't for your hands."
Rufus goes, "The heck you talk about? I went back there to take a piss. There's someone who's not who says he is over there."
Ooh. All right. Go ahead and give me a social subtlety. Your exposure is still at a D8.
I got a
How does the
4 and a 6. Those 2 successes.
2 successes. Oh, wait. Did you not have subtlety as a skill?
No, I do. It's a D8.
Oh, so you only got 2 successes, though.
Yeah, I only got 2 successes.
Which is still enough. And the one guy kind of like pauses a little bit, and he's kind of like, he starts looking at some of his buddies, and the commander's like, "What are you doing? I told you, go over there and find out who that guy is. What are you doing?" He's like, "But what if one of us isn't who we're supposed to be? It could be a resistance person, Commander." And the commander pulls out his tenebrous pistol and he looks over to his right shoulder and he starts whistling this very, very interesting tone. And this little automaton parrot that is on his shoulder just goes and just starts flying towards you guys.
After seeing Rufus basically getting kind of caught by the captain, Victor, you would see Cam just shaking his head, and he's like taking off his outer clothing, puts the hood on, and he just taps real quick, and you see him just blend naturally in, almost with like that predator effect. And you just hear a really, had we had to do this soon? And you hear him kind of step around the back and go towards Rufus and kind of start slowly making his way behind Rufus towards the ship and getting into like an advantageous spot as far as he can.
So, question for you, Cam, is that that equipment that you have, is that a piece of equipment or is that a gift?
It is a piece of equipment.
All right. So here's your options with equipment. So the rule in equipment in Branchriders is equipment operates in one of two different ways. So either A, you utilize the equipment, it's expended, but it's an automatic success that you don't have to roll for.
Right.
Or you keep the equipment, make a roll, and possible shenanigans. So what's your choice?
I think for now, I'm gonna do just roll and see how it plays out without the guaranteed success.
Okay. So in that case, I would say at this point, you're probably using a creative subtlety because you're basically trying to be hidden. You're using tech to aid you. And again, your exposure is a D8. Like I said, simple system. You pretty much now know how to play Branchriders.
And I need basically anything over a 4 still, correct?
Yep. Any die that on its face has a 4 or higher is a success.
So I have 1 success.
So you have a choice. Would you like to succeed at a cost, or would you like to fail forward?
I'm going to succeed at a cost for now.
Okay. So you kind of, you hit your little device and it's the chameleon suits you and you kind of, zip around and you're kind of going there, all kinds of nice and fail. So yeah, it comes out, but as you kind of go to the clamor that's going on with, because now there are at least 3 of the Pearlage pirates that were set out. They are kind of, still moving towards the rest of the group. The one guy is still like, the commander's coming down to dress him down. So the commander comes down, grabs the dude, and is just like shaking him like, I give you an order. You follow that order. You and a son. Otherwise, you're going to be buried in the sun, mate. What you also unfortunately notice is that the other person who is still on the dock, who didn't go to load the crates, he grabs his rifle, which is also tenebrous powered, and he kind of stands astride the hold, hits a side door panel, and the door closes and seems to lock behind him.
Okay. I will just get into it and kind of back up posture, possible assist Rufus if something should go down instead of trying to get onto the boat.
Well, that kind of depends on what Victor's going to do at this point. So this is all unfolding, Victor. It's still your action, sir.
So Victor wanted to recognize the sound pattern that was given to the parrot.
Boy, did I see this coming.
and try to manipulate the exact same sound pattern back to the parrot to see whether or not he can gain control of the parrot.
Okay. So is your intention to merely gain control of the parrot or to give the parrot a specific order and hopefully intuit the nature of the signals?
The idea is to give the parrot an order to report back that there's nothing going on to this commander, basically, from this parrot coming over like to us. Like there's nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Yeah, so at this point, I'm going to consider this forceful because you're overriding its programming. So we'll consider that a forceful gift. Your exposure is still at a D8.
Okay. So, and then is this a weird? Because it's an out of the normal like superpower that I'm using, or
No.
oh, okay. So what all would it be then? Because my
It-
forceful is a
it-
D4.
Uh-huh. And your gift, which I believe is still coded at a D8.
Yeah.
And then D8 for your exposure. So you're rolling a 4 and 2 8s.
Okay.
Better
4 and
odds than
2
I
Hs.
had. You got
Got
this.
it. Okay. So I got a 5, a 4, and a 2. So 2 successes, right?
2 successes. Yeah.
There
so
you go.
you pretty much you're kind of intuiting a little bit of what the little tweets and chirps are, and you're kind of doing that based off of like you're observing what the parrot was doing as it was, and it was just coming over to scan for information. So you just kind of imprint onto the parrot. All clear, nothing out of the ordinary here, and the parrot just kind of zips over, lands back on the shoulder of the commander, and commander just kind of like settles down, like kind of berating the guy, and he's like, find out who that person is then. And you hear that kind of in the distance. So the 3 guys, they're still kind of advancing on you with the scimitars raised. Cutlasses raised. So they come and they're kind of like standing in front of you, Rufus, with your box, and they just still have the swords out, and there's like, all right. So we're supposed to have 5 people here. There's 1 back on the top. There's 3 of us. And then that other person that doesn't know what his is. So who are you? How did you get here? Because we didn't start this journey with you, mate. So you better tell us, start answering questions. And for the love of God, put down that box.
He like Rufus looks over their shoulders like, what person back there?
Look, you're trying to make me think I'm going crazy, but I isn't.
Oh, I saw someone literally go behind the door and shut the door.
Right, because we don't know who you is. You're not part of the original people who went on the ship with us. So what are you trying to pull here?
Can
told me
Victor
to
step in to
help.
do like a help situation? How does this work? Like, how does help work? Like, how does it work when somebody else is doing something at the same time, whatever?
Pretty much as long as the bad guys aren't acting and attacking. I mean, you guys kind of have free reign at this point because they haven't started actively attacking. They're still in kind of the FA, I guess, portion of their action. So
Right.
yeah, so if you want to throw something in there to add, again, the more rolls means more things can go wrong. So I mean,
yeah.
potentially.
I wanted to like interrupt all 3 of their equilibriums to
Ooh.
make them just feel like out of place. Like they just feel like something's wrong or whatever, like with themselves. They're like they just feel like almost like they've missed something and kind of questioning themselves on whether or not they're even doing the right thing, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Go.
So I'm going to definitely say that is also going to be either creative or forceful. I will give you the choice, and that will be your gift as well.
Okay.
So either creative or forceful, whatever you think is a better bend. I think you'll probably go with creative.
Yeah.
Because that's your D8.
It is. Yeah. So I've got 3 D8s again then. Okay.
Doesn't mean they'll all be successes.
Oh,
No, I'm really on your side, guys. Really, really.
sure.
Hey, challenging's fun too.
I got 1 success.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward.
At this point, I don't mind failing forward because I don't know if they've seen me. Like they just felt this weird, like this sensation, I guess, as like as far as like almost a reverberation in their eardrums.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. You definitely cause a sensation within them. Unfortunately, that sensation isn't, oh my God, what's really happening right now? That sensation is, yeah, I don't feel safe. So a couple of things happen. One, they immediately attack the two of you. And here's your fail forward. The other gentleman who was by the hold of the ship moves away from the ship now, pulls his cutlass out, moving towards you, leaving the ship completely unabashed. And the captain, kind of uncharacteristically, kind of like slinks back to more of an observational period. And it looks like he's whispering to his parrot. Now, the forward portion is those good things happen. Unfortunately, the two of you need to go ahead and give me observant fighting checks because they are taking swings at you. Not
the two being Victor and Rufus.
Yes,
Okay.
you are still chameleon.
So they can see Victor. That's why I thought, I didn't know if he was exposed or where he was at. So yeah. Okay. So what am I doing?
Well, they're over by the crates, so they're definitely like
Okay.
canvassing the area. Basically, they're taking cutlass attacks on you. So you're going to give me observant plus fighting. These are defense rolls. So in Branchriders, the whole goal is you want at least 2 successes on a defense roll. Otherwise, you will take a condition.
Okay, so just 2 dice then.
No, you will still roll the exposure die
Okay.
as part of your 3-die pool. Now, unfortunately, if you don't have a fighting skill or a rank in it, then you would only roll 2 dice.
Yeah, mine's a D4. He's not a fighter. So, okay, so I got 2 D8s and a D4.
Okay. And Mike, same for you, sir. Observant plus fighting.
I got a D10 and 2 D8s.
Oh, nice.
I got 3 successes.
Excellent.
On.
That's strange it didn't print out. I'm pretty sure I've got observant on here.
Yeah, you should have an observant of some kind. Just remember the general rule.
Should
2
be
to
right under your
D8,
knowledge.
2 to D6.
Yeah, well it is,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have, for whatever reason, the check boxes didn't print. Let me see if it's on my
Oh, okay. I got you.
on my PDF. Yeah, that I have up here. Okay, yeah, it is right. My observance a D8. It didn't print on the paper for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 D8s and a D4.
All right.
That ain't bad.
Okay, I got 2 successes. 1
All right.
failure.
So you both evade the attacks as they go and swing to slash him with you. Rufus, you actually, because of 3 successes, you basically get a bonus attack back or a bonus action back. So they go to kind of, lunge and swing. And even with this big, heavy crate, which kind of impresses them to a degree, that you're still able to be kind of like flexible and move while carrying this big, heavy thing. So you get a bonus action.
I step back and I chuck the crate at the captain and then dive backwards.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a forceful athletics. You are going to huck yeet this thing, as the kids possibly maybe don't say anymore, at the Imperium commander.
I'm so glad you did that.
I got a 7 and a 4, so 2 successes.
2 successes. So yeah, you heave ho this sucker through the air, and yeah, you're able to catapult it towards it. It explodes in very frightful brilliance, and it just throws the commander back, and almost like immediately he's salsa. Like you've taken dude out, and you just hear the little squawk and spark of the parrot as it is also followed its master, much in the way of the Monty Python parrot. So it is a late parrot.
After that explosion, if I have the time to do it,
Yep.
I would take that as a distraction to the rest of the crew and run up and either try and restrain one and disarm them, or take the weapon and hold him at weapon point.
It's up to you. What would you like to do? I mean, you running up there, given the distraction of the explosion, is definitely not going to be an issue.
then if I have the possibility, then yeah, I'm gonna take the weapon and basically like sword at the throat.
Okay, I would consider that either a creative fighting or a creative tools roll.
Oh, I will take creative tools because that's my D10.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're from the terminal, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
D6,
question-
D8 and D10. I'll take that.
Go ahead, Chris.
How does weird work? Because I was under the impression that like the manipulation of sound and stuff like that would be like an outside the norm superpower thing.
It would be if you weren't using the gift to accomplish what you're doing.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because so if it's a gift-based ability, it will almost automatically default to the gift
Okay.
as opposed to the skill. Skill would be you're using a high-tech device that is found in the crags because that's a fantasy realm, or you're using basically crags technology in the terminal. That's kind of weird. Or you're using magic in the terminal. You don't normally see that, so that's then would be considered weird.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay.
So 2 successes, 1 failure. And I just hold
Yep.
the sword up to his throat and I just whisper him, don't even flinch.
Yeah, exactly. He when you do the whole like you go to rip the weapon, he's like, "What?" You know, he's just very, very absolutely confused and perplexed at this point, and he just like he's playing freeze tag on a championship level at this point. He is just locked in place, and he's like, "Who are you? Are you the Resistance?"
You
There's,
don't need to worry about that.
No, I
There's-
need to worry about it because I'm fighting off the urge to wet myself at the moment. Perhaps I should just give it a go then.
You do you.
Yeah, he wets himself. He's kind of terrified.
That's fine.
There's 4 of them, correct? Like on the dock now. There's like
at this
one further
point-
back.
Well, at this point, there are 3 that are still like around you guys, right? Cam went ahead and got the one that was standing near the dock who had started to come towards you. And the one gentleman that was over near the captain actually was kind of blown back by the explosion as well. So you currently have 1 nullified, 3 still active in rotation that are in front of you.
Okay.
And you already made your defense rolls. So technically, I believe, yeah, we're at a fresh round. So you guys go first, then the bad guys go. So
Question on like is out of the 3, are they just grouped together? Are they kind of spread out and there's one closer to us than another?
they're spreading out to try and make a little bit more because again, you kind of angered and got them to be kind of terrified with your sound waves, so they're more like kind of defending each other. So they're actually, they're not really kind of working as a group. It seems they're kind of off like in their own little pocket.
Love it.
Yeah,
Easier to pick off.
yeah. Plus, makes a better story.
I want to see if I can manipulate one of the cutlasses they're holding to make it almost like heat metal. Like I'm going to manipulate the actual like sound on the blade to
Oh,
become,
so you're gonna vibrate the
I'm
metal?
going to vibrate it so
That's
much.
like an
to
old
snap
school
just like
flash
the heat,
trick from DC. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that's also a creative with
Okay.
your gift.
Cool. All right. So we're still doing D8s.
Yep,
Okay.
for the moment.
That is 3 successes.
Yeah, you are able to not only do it with 1. I'm going to actually advance us a little bit on that extra success and say that you were able to kind of get a nice wide arc beam, and all 3 just kind of like drop their weapons and start wringing their hands. Mike, go ahead and put that exposure tracker up another level, please. And kind of
Love
all
it.
3 of them just
Love
kind
it.
of raise their hand. They're just like looking at each other. Who are you? And they say the same thing. They're like, "Are you the Resistance?"
And Victor like looks back at him and he's like, "Didn't you guys have a job you're supposed to be doing?" But he says it in the commander's voice.
They're kind of like they're backing up kind of even more, and they're more afraid than impressed at this point. They're just kind of looking at each other like, where the heck do we go from here?
I will take the one that I'm holding basically at sword point and give them two options. Join your friends or get the guy in the boat to open up. Your pick.
What, you mean the guy in the boat?
The one that shut all the doors.
I'm the one that shut all the doors.
Then open them up.
There's only 5 of us. Well, 4 now.
Could be less. Open them up.
What? Look.
Now, and I start to point and push a little bit in.
I'm gonna actually say as a tester here, we're gonna make that a forceful communication check.
Okay.
That's how we handle threats. Now, bear in mind your exposure die has gone down to a D6. Thank you, Crystal.
2 successes, as long as
2
we're doing
successes.
4 and over.
Yeah, he's like, all right. No need to get hasty now. No need to get hasty. I just need to know, for when they start interrogating me on why I gave things away to the resistance, why I made the decisions that I made. And he kind of like slowly ambles over to the hold. And there's a keypad over there. And he kind of puts his hands on it. He's like, so who are you again?
None of your business. Open the hold.
He starts to slowly and methodically push buttons on the key panel.
As he's pushing the keys, am I able to see what numbers he's entering or what buttons he's pressing?
I'm gonna kind of have you give me a knowledgeable tools check with your D6.
Is there any audible with the buttons that are being pushed?
No.
2 successes.
Yeah, he's definitely not entering the open code. And you're kind of picking up on like here's where I make my stand, man. Yeah, you got a knife against my throat, but I'll be damned if I'm giving the goat.
I am going to take basically the pommel and I'm going to smack him over the back of the head and try and knock him out.
Get forceful fighting.
Okay. Forceful fighting.
I was just trying to help load the boat.
How many? 3. Okay.
A 6 and a 5, so 2 successes.
2 successes. Yeah, you chrome him in the dome. It interrupts the series, which is good because you very clearly like, holy shit, this guy's gonna explode this ship. He's setting the destruct codes.
Yeah.
So you knock him out. Now the unfortunate thing is you have no idea what the sequence is.
Yeah, better than everything going boom.
So meanwhile, back at the 3 who are probably most definitely shitting themselves, they're just kind of have their hands up. They're like, look, man, we was taking this job just for pittance, right? It's just I just need money to pay me rent. I'm not in this to die. I'm not wearing no stripes of the Imperium. I got no loyalties, is basically what I'm saying. And already one of my friends is dead. And he turns around. 2 of my friends are probably dead.
Victor like looks well, do you want to go, Mike?
Yeah, Rufus is gonna grab another box. He says, well, if you don't want to join them, he holds it up. He says, you better sit down on that side of the pier.
They immediately are like, all right, calm down. And they all go and they just kind of like sit in it and then they got their hands up and it's like, you just let us go. We'll help you in whatever way we can. I'm not some kind of stupid man going to give, my life over for five an hour. It just ain't worth it.
I'll take the hood off real quick, and I still have the sword in one hand, and I'm like, "Hey, this guy's not useful anymore. Try and get a door code."
Victor like looks at Cam and he like puts his hand up and he looks at the door like what so question, what's the ship made of?
It is metal ship mostly.
Okay.
It looks like, I mean, from checking it out, it looks to be a fairly durable vessel.
Okay.
Definitely something that is kind of quick and sleek.
What's the door
yeah,
made out of?
What's that?
What is the door itself made out of?
Metal.
Metal. Okay.
Yeah, as an airship, it needs that pretty firm construction to be able to handle the trips.
And the cargo.
Victor wants
Yes,
to like
especially the cargo.
So one of the things Victor wants to try to do is he wants to use some reverberation to see if he can tell like the structure of the interior of the door. Like what's behind it? Is it on rollers? Is it like so basically he's gonna hit it with these sound waves and he's kind of like he's gonna get like a almost like a view back off of the sound waves he can see.
Okay,
based
so you're gonna try to sonar the construction.
Correct.
With what you're doing. Yeah, I'll definitely allow that. I'll say that that's an observant gift.
Okay.
And your exposure is still a D6.
D6. Okay. So 2 D8s and a D6. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's D8. 2 successes.
How many?
2 successes.
Yeah, you're able to tell. I mean, it's again, I don't know much about locks beyond kind of basic, like pin and tumbler kind of a deal. I mean, it's basically just a very large thing that it is a whole door that slides over, slides back. So it's just at this point, it's just deadbolted, and it is secured behind the panel.
I can see where the deadbolt is now, though, right? Like when I did that, like so I have an idea of like where the locking mechanism is if we wanted to like focus on that for some reason.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Rufus
so
is gonna kneel next to all three of those guys and say, "Got the door code?"
No. We was just hired to lift crates, throw them up into the boat. That guy was knocked out now. He was the one that was kind of there, and obviously the captain ain't going to remember much things. His brains is 20 feet from his body.
What about inside that? No, I like gesture to the cave. He's like, the cave over there.
Oh, that's just where the crates was. That's where they got all the stuff minded out and put it out here for us. They wouldn't have the code for it either.
But there are more people in there?
There's people working down there. I mean, most of it's automated. The Steel Imperium don't trust many people.
Okay. Don't move. Holding the box.
Yeah, where the hell am I going to go, mate? I mean, really? Seriously, you're going to let me go? I have a wife and kids. I don't know the resistance to be murderers.
So I think Victor would walk over and he would just tell Cam and Rufus, he's like, the locking mechanism seems to be right about here. And he looks at Cam and says, any thoughts or anything you wanted to try to do?
Not with this, but I mean, if what they're saying is right, that cave might be where we want to go check next.
Can I try to make the same signal I made for the parrot before?
You can, but I doubt the parrot would hear it. It is in pieces.
Okay, so it got destroyed. Okay, got
it is now a Perlage parrot pieces pile.
Okay,
if I can continue my alliteration. that's English, kids.
I will drag the unconscious worker back towards the rest of his friends.
Well, that's nice. That's got to be good for morale. Yeah, they're definitely just more like, you ain't part of resistance. You're something else. Yeah, I'll be. Resistance don't do this.
Victor wants to skate without killing them, wants to basically like scramble their brains.
To what end?
Like to the like the frontal lobe area. Like they're not gonna remember what happened. Like
Oh, so you're Men in Black.
Basically give them like a TBI so they
Yeah.
don't remember.
Wow,
Love it.
Men in Black. Okay,
Jeez.
okay. Yeah, I would say go ahead. In this case, I'm going to say that you're going to
fried.
try to use knowledge of the brain to not
Okay.
kill them, but
Sure.
just fry that memory center. So I'm going to say it's, yeah, I know. Mike's like, I know what could happen here. So yeah, go ahead and give me a knowledgeable gift.
So it'd be
roll.
2 d6s and a d8 now, right?
Yep,
So the gift is d8, and then my knowledge is a d6, and then the tracker is a d6.
correct.
As he's doing this, I've got my glasses.
3
activated,
successes.
and I've got my glasses activated, and I'm kind of studying the effects of what he's doing.
Basically, the best way to kind of describe it is it's kind of as if inside of their brain, their memory was represented by like a candelabra, and it's kind of like his gift is like a snufter that's basically going like just like closing out certains. Now, it kind of does a little too well. And basically what happens is as you're kind of snuffing these 3 guys, they're not dead. So you can definitely tell that, Cam, that he's not the killer later.
Right.
Basically, as their memory kind of gets wiped, they're kind of just, and they're just like, Captain would know what to do next. He has a seal. And he just falls over into the ground. So all 3 are now unconscious.
Okay.
Well,
I will.
they won't remember anything.
You hear it, you don't see it. And I basically just say, you really don't want to see what I saw either. It was not pleasant. And I walk over towards the captain and start looking for that seal that they mentioned.
Ooh, yeah, that's not going to even take you a roll. What you find as you go over is you find a couple of things. One, you find one of the standard like mission brief devices that the Steel Imperium uses, where it's kind of like, it's sort of like a steampunk version of a data pad. What you also notice is that in one of the captain's pockets, clearly separated from his once corporeal form, is a nice, not huge, but it's a stone circle that has a series of different symbols on it. And in the center is like a purple crystal that looks like it has a faint glow about it. And as you kind of look at it, it's not hypnotically, but it's kind of like, vroom, vroom,
got a rhythmic pulse to it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I will pick both of those up, and as I'm walking back, I'll start taking the hood off and deactivating the stealth suit.
Okay.
We'll toss the gently like next over to Victor the seal and just tell him, Captain had this. What do you think? What do you make of it?
Victor grabs a seal and he's gonna hold it in the palm of his hand, and then he's gonna flick it in the air. When he flicks it, he's gonna like catch the edge of it so it gives like a reverberation throughout the seal, and he's gonna try to like read what this seal is, like the internals and kind of like what it's doing, if it looks like there's anything inside. Like he's just trying to read like what this thing is. So
give me well, actually, I'm gonna do 2 different ways. So you can do it either observant or knowledgeable tools.
okay. So
And actually,
right, so
at the moment,
observant.
yeah. So before you roll that, Chris, Mike, go ahead and stage back the exposure. These guys are no longer a threat, so you're now back at an exposure level 3, which means your exposure die is back up to a D8.
Cool.
All
So
right.
my observant is a D8. My gift is a D8. right? So I'm using my gift.
Well, you're
no?
using tools this time because you're trying
Tools,
to
okay.
identify the tool.
My tools is a D6, so 2 D8s and a D6.
He's a
Got it.
harsh but fair GM. I appreciate it.
1 success.
Ooh, succeeded at cost or failed forward. Important choice here, Chris. No pressure.
Let's succeed at a cost.
Excellent. I love it. So you kind of like, flip the little Frisbee disc of stone up and you kind of like, it hovers in the air for a little bit while your vibrations are kind of like studying it out. And you notice kind of immediately it's a transponder device. So it's definitely picking up on a faint signal that is nowhere near here. You're not really able to like triangulate it, but you're definitely able to tell that whatever this is connected to what they may be looking for.
Almost like a
At
home
time,
beacon.
the missive device that Cam picked up immediately crackles with a voice. Hello, this is Command. We haven't received any sort of communique or your standard check-in, Commander. So please, the Imperium need to know where you are at this absolute dire mission. If we do not hear a proper response within 5 minutes, we will assume your mission has been compromised and we will send envoys to intercede.
Cam is literally just holding the box towards Victor.
And might I remind you, you have an angel looking over your shoulder.
And like Victor looks and
didn't like that.
Immediately like uses the commander's voice that he has memorized.
Yep.
And states that there was a hiccup with one of the workers, didn't want to follow orders, so I had to take care of that. But we're back on schedule.
We're going to definitely role play this one out.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Commander, you're designated to report in every hour on the hour, and we have not gotten any approximation. What is the current status of your mission? Are those tenebrous crates loaded?
They are.
So why have you not checked in with us?
I was dealing with a situation of a worker that was trying to
We do not
flee.
deal with situations in Steel Imperium. We manage situations. We handle situations. Unless you would like your commission to be stripped and your rank and privilege stripped. So describe your kerfuffle.
A door was closed and it was locked, and the
Oh no! So you didn't have a key. What an absolute shame.
We're working on getting open, and we'll be ready to leave as soon as that happens.
Do you have an estimated time of arrival to the island?
And he's thinking, and he says we've had to add an additional 15 minutes to the original time.
For what purpose?
To get this door open and make sure that we get there on time.
Do we have your assurance, according to the mission parameters, that the tenebrous will also be purified by the time that we arrive at the site of the Goliath?
Yes.
You do understand that that promise comes signed with your life.
And he like looks over at the brains on it. He's like, "Yep."
Got it.
Well done. That is satisfactory for the moment. Please do not forget your next check-in. Please assume all mission parameters are a go. Please pray that we do not seek your need for an escort.
Oh, that was great.
And as soon as he knows that they're like off, he's gonna look at the overture and he's like, "Let's make sure we've got like a timer going so we don't miss the next check-in."
Yeah, on it. Cam will hand the box to you, and he will kind of turn his back so that there's not any real prying eyes, and he pulls up that hollow pad, and we'll set a timer.
Nice. Okay. So at this point, would it be okay, Mike, for us to do a slight bio break?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I figure we have but stay tuned, folks. Keep with us. More adventure to come, and we'll accelerate the time a little bit when we kind of come back. So
More scrambled brains when we come back.
no, they're not scrambled. They just don't remember as well.
Yeah, just a little lobotomy. That's all.
Yep.
Just a little bit. Hey, you know lobotomy, I know lobotomy you, right? That's it.
Like I said, you didn't see what I saw on my scanner.
Yeah, we'll take a.
Oh, trust me. He like taps the goggles. He's like, I saw.
All right. With that, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at the top of the hour.
No, come on, come.
All right. We're back. Waiting for Chris, and Jack is busy fighting his cat.
Techno gremlins and real gremlins.
Yeah, she's over next to Kitty. Come on, stop. She's over next to the computer, and then sometimes the cables on the back of my computer, if they're jostled incorrectly,
Get
my
disconnected.
computer freezes. No, hey, come on. What the hell? Little fuzzy gremlin. Okay, I think we're okay for now. At least until she plays 52 put down, where she'll climb back up, and then kids, it's always pick it up. Now it's with cats, it's no, get down. So
Right.
Yay. So yes, thank you for sticking with us after the break, folks. Woohoo! So should we continue or wait for Chris?
We'll give him another minute. But Crystal mentioned something to me in Discord that we forgot to pick our code names.
But having concepts, kind of basic idea, I think it's a good time to do it now.
Sure.
Well, and we also have a little bit of kind of mission activities that could be, maybe Victor's team name is the Scrambler, like who knows, or Forget Me Nots.
We just go by the call sign Deja Vu.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, so like I said, I mean, it's a very easy system for a GM to run, and
as I say, it seems very intuitive as far as not being familiar with the system and being able to describe what a player is wanting to do, and then just how quick you are able to just like off the cuff be like, okay, give me these 3 or give me these 2.
Yep. Now, granted,
I like it.
I was, I've been playing the system literally for like 4 or 5 years. Oh my God, cat. She is perpetually in heat. So it's always like, Dad, can I go out and have babies? No.
Here we go.
There's Chris. All right. I mean, scrambled eggs.
Maybe. So yeah, maybe that is a cool thought exercise here. Crystal had mentioned that we didn't pick code names yet. So we thought it might be kind of humorous maybe to base them off of what we've had so far in the mission. So I think some of the discussions for you are either the Scrambler, Forget Me Not. Deja Vu was a very good Max suggestion that I liked a lot. But what do you guys think? What do you think are code names for each other?
I mean, I can't pick my own, so you guys gotta tell me what it's gonna be, right?
I really like Deja Vu.
Nice. So let it be written, so let it be called. Very nice. Call sign Deja Vu. I like
sorry,
it.
not sorry.
Right.
All right. What about for Mac? What about for Cam?
Well, I initially was like chameleon, but then when he knocked out the other guy, I thought about sucker punch.
I'm down for it.
All right.
I'll take it.
I'll
I was
call Larry
thinking of
Hama
the-
to do your G.I. Joe background dossier card on the back of your action figure. Codename Sucker Punch.
Hell yeah.
I was thinking of like the and I couldn't think of a shorter name for it, but like the trapdoor spiders
Mhm.
where you don't see them, but then they still like kill you anyways.
Trap- Could just do trapdoor too. Yeah.
Yeah, that could work. So what about Rufus?
When he threw that box, I don't know why. Remember as a kid playing with a Jack-in-the-Box and how startled you were when that thing popped open? That was the first thing that popped in my mind. It was like, surprise.
What what it was like Weasel, as in Pop Goes the Weasel?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, stay over here with Daddy so you don't interrupt stuff. Meow. All right.
Yeah,
So-
I was like in the idea of like the same area, but more of like using one of his growls or grunts as like an actual like name.
Just- You can do that. Not everybody else can.
Ooh, we got a suggestion of Beast for Rufus.
Yeah.
The Beast of Yeet.
The Beast of Heat.
Oh yeah, so it's like instead of the Beast from the East, Bam Bam Bigelow, R.I.P. It could be the Beast from the Yeet.
Sounds like it's been picked for you.
It does.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and advance the plot line a little bit. I want to be respectful of everybody's time here, because it has often been said that we never go 3 hours. I don't know if we're gonna exactly do 3 hours, but we'll do what we can. So, knowing the mission parameters that you all were given from the Steel Imperium High Commander, which definitely does not sound like a happy individual, what do you think some of the next steps that you would have taken as characters to have us pick up kind of in medias a couple of moments later?
One thing Rufus would do, having heard mentioned that there are potential other people in that cave, is he would have used those headphones to turn up the sound to listen inside the cave and try to pinpoint A, the number of people that are down there, and B, potential spots of like void.
Okay.
So like
Could I do
like
Dead spots of sight
yeah.
of like no noise.
Yeah.
Could I do a help action of like sending like a sonar sound that would pick up on his headset?
Yeah,
Like
we
it would
could do
shoot down
that.
the tunnel
Yeah,
and
we
come
could-
back to you, and so you would then be able to hear like if there's like almost like a echolocation for your
Okay.
headset that you have on.
Yeah,
for
what we'll do
Rufus.
here is actually kind of a
it.
combined roll to see how many successes y'all can get together. So what we'll do is, Chris, I'll have you do an observant with your gift.
Okay.
And then Mike, I'll have Rufus do an observant, either an observant tools, or you can burn the use of the device now for automatic success.
I'm not gonna burn the tool.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll mine. That's 3d8 for me. So I'm gonna start taking pictures of these. I got 3 successes.
I got a 6, a 4, and a 2.
Okay, so 2 and 3, very nice. Above the average of the 4 that I was kind of looking for, a little bit more than half. So, good news is you don't have any other people that you're going to have to memory wipe. The factory area is pretty much it's an automated factory. The the Imperium doesn't like paying for benefits either. So basically, they automate the factory to do the construction and the packing of everything when shipments are done. So you kind of get the impression that these guys were kind of, remember when they were kind of grumbling like, "Hey, you son of a blah 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 blah." It was pretty much because those 5 guys carried the crates from the cave to make sure that they were all accounted for in the area. Then they were going to have to carry all the crates to the ship to load them. So they're literally just backbreaking labor. So, of course, they were going to be a little bit kind of, oh, great, we get the crap job today. Thanks. But there are no people down there that you need to take care of. And actually, the factory currently, from your roles, it's not even actively doing any production. It's currently not in operation because they got what they needed in the temporary. So it's kind of one of those, as we need the supplies, we'll make the factories run it.
Then as they're kind of checking out the factory and getting that auditory read on it, I'm going to be just quietly standing behind them, and I'll have my goggles active going over both of them. And I just pat them on the back and be like, "You guys are good. Let's keep it that way. The rest, let's go."
All right. So let's advance the story that all of the crates have been loaded. Very cursory examination of the ship yields a couple of different things. One, the actually ship like captain housing where you would steer the ship and such, bridge, that's what I was looking for. You see that the captain's steering manual, where like basically the wheel and all the controls are, actually has been specially designed to house the little stone circle that you had picked up. Additionally, you do notice that there is a room that kind of looks like it is a purification system for tenebrous crystal. That is what you need. You also notice that there are not armaments. So you kind of check the whole specs of the ship. No, it's a light cruising vessel that is literally just for transporting. It's designed to move quick and doesn't, unfortunately, have very much kind of combat capability. So anything special that y'all want to do before you kind of set sail?
Having been trained back
I think
at the Nexus,
is Chris muted?
I think
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah. I sneezed earlier and muted myself beforehand.
I forgot to unmute.
Go ahead, Mike. You said having been trained at the Nexus.
Do we know what purified tenebrous looks like compared to unrefined?
Yes. Basically, the purification is they break down the crystal. They then filter impurities to strengthen the potency. This is actually, this device is a little different than the standard purification, because normally they mine tenebrous crystal, they synthesize the crystal into raw energy that is then used to power like the energy cells of the rifles and the pistols and all the different droids, like from tenebrous stingers to purlage pirates, what have you. This one actually seems to be kind of a different chemical makeup. So it's kind of like a dirty purified tenebrous. And basically the machine is pretty much set up like, again, it's mostly automated. You will need at least a person to feed the machine the crystals. But then there are also a bunch of canisters, and the canisters are very, like, it's kind of, they look like a bunch of water bottles, like the metallic water bottles that we have. It's just a series of containers that look kind of regimentedly counted.
Okay.
Victor, so Victor was going to look at Rufus and ask and say, I don't recall, but with your ring, are you able to change your look more than once, or is it once and done?
So once and done.
Okay, because he's like looking at the captain, like looking at Rufus.
Well, what you remember about the captain.
Yeah, and he looks over at Cam, and he's like, "How tight is your mask?"
It's pretty tight. Lets me breathe and clings really well. I'm kind of concerned where this is going.
Me too.
How
Rufus
how
is like
much
looking
so,
concerned.
curious from the DM side, like how much of the captain's face is still like there, skin wise?
Not enough to jokerize a mask
Okay.
out of him.
So when you do say that, I've got a question for you, Jack.
Sure.
Equipment number 2. I have a holographic mask. Does it work
Yeah.
the same way as like his disguise, where it kind of projects an
roughly
image?
about the same. Sure.
So like when he's thinking of this, I kind of like intuitively like, oh, I see where he's going. So I will swap off the hood,
Okay.
tuck it into a pouch, and then I will pull out basically this. It almost looks entirely featureless, but it's like this smooth plasteel white hardcover that goes over my face.
Ooh, nice.
And it has just 2 vertical slits, real tiny, just for my eyes, and then
Okay.
one across my mouth. And then once I get it situated, you see my hands drop, and then the image of the captain just slowly kind of washes over my face.
Yo, this is how they need to do Spider-Man villain the chameleon in a movie. Seriously, I could totally envision this. Yeah. So do you want to equipment roll or make it an auto?
I will equipment roll. I'm not ready
Okay.
to this isn't life or death. I'm not gonna burn it just yet.
Okay. Yeah, so that in this case it would just be a I would either say creative or knowledgeable
Okay.
tools check.
Oh, then we're gonna do knowledgeable because that's higher. And then we're back to what, D8 for exposure?
At the moment, yes.
6 and an 8, two successes.
Yeah, you literally spit an image of the captain, as they say.
I can look like him. You're gonna have to do all the talking.
And like when he says that, like I reverberate back what he just said in the captain's voice.
Nice. Now, as soon
You
as
just get a nod from Cam.
as soon as you practice your act, you're ready to go to Vegas with your ventriloquism. So yeah. So yes, you now have a functional captain look-alike, and you have a ship full of crystal. The open skies are yours.
Any
I'm gonna
either
look.
one of you?
I'm gonna
you two
look
pick
at
up?
I'm gonna look around in the bridge and see if I can find any maps that tell us where we need to go.
It actually, I mean, with the steampunk console and all that kind of a thing, you can pretty much intuit that the ship was not meant to be human trusted. So the stone circle is designed to autopilot you. You do know that there are a lot of charts and such that were out. Basically, there are no maps of the fog because once you go in, it's kind of like the Bermuda Triangle. You
Yeah,
don't
traditional.
exactly know where you are, and there's some temporal and magnetic distortion
Love it.
inside of the area, but you definitely are able to know, yeah, this ship's headed toward the fog.
Cool.
Are there any spare uniforms on board that the captain might have had stowed?
Yeah, why not? You need
I'll
to change
go.
clothes just in case.
Yeah, I'll go snooping around just in case, and if there is, yeah, I'll put one on.
Yeah, no, you don't really have to make too much of a check. And, the captain's quarters, I mean, it's kind of sparse. Again, this isn't like a
Right.
luxury cruise. He
Oh,
isn't,
no.
isn't here for comfort. But yeah, there are some just sample uniforms for him.
Perfect.
You also know that there's a nice steady supply of some Tenebris rifles on board the ship.
I will walk out with the other two, and I'm like, hey, look what I found, boys.
Have we left the dock yet?
Nope.
So, do we know how currency, like, I guess coming from the Nexus, would we know how currency works on this realm?
Yeah, the general assumption in the book about currency and such is we really don't track anything like that. It is assumed that when you are sent on any kind of away mission to a realm, you are given, kind of a standard stipend, enough money to get you through about a week's comfort. So if
Is
you
there
need to buy meals, bribe someone, get a place to stay or whatever, you're given whatever the local currency is. And it's just assume that you either use a lot of it, none of it, all of it, some of it, a little bit of it, depending on your use.
I'm
So,
going to take all the currency that I either find on the ship or that I have,
uh-huh.
go back out on the dock, and then like prop these guys up, and then do like an audible of the captain's voice, and be like, "Enjoy your beach trip with your families," and like give them the money or whatever. So like now they think that they've done their job or whatever, and they're just gonna go home and tell their wives like, "Hey, we're going on vacation."
Nice. Very nice.
Plant a new memory. I love it.
Oh, that is great. That is great. Yeah, and Edgar left, and you're gonna go get yourself a nice dress and move on with your life. It's totally, I love it. I love it.
Get in here with an interior decorator quick. 'Cause damn.
Nice. Yeah, so you're all set. Do you want to go and automate the system?
Yeah, let's get to moving.
Yep.
All right. You slot the stone disc into its edifice, and almost immediately the bridge and the control console just kind of hum to life, and it just says, "Route immediately acquired. Heading toward the fog. Please brace crew for potential temporal or magnetic spatial distortions."
Did that
And-
computer just say spatial distortions? And like a bit of concern in the voice.
And just it VTOLs, and the ship
Rufus
just starts
goes below
kind of
deck.
running.
He's
What's
like,
that?
Nope. Rufus goes below deck. He's like, nope.
Not dealing with this.
Was there any auditory, like when we put this stone in place, anything that I would have been able to capture as far as like an actual like internal computerized like data of where we're headed?
It just is pinging that you are headed toward the fog. That's all you know from your cursor. If you would like, you could do a little bit of a knowledgeable observant check of some kind to see if you could glean some more information.
Sure.
Well,
Knowledgeable or observant, you said? Either one?
Yeah, I would probably say observant tools.
Okay. So observant and tools, you said. Okay.
Yep.
while he's doing that, I will stand lookout and look very captainly
All right.
puffed up.
A 6, a 4, and a 2.
Okay, 2 successes. Yeah, you're pretty much able to, kind of intuit from everything that it's an automated system. What you know from your training at Branchriders Academy is that the fog is an area that has always been shrouded in mystery. And you're kind of picking up from some of the dossier notes in the communique that you got that the hope of the Imperium is that even though there is potential temporal and spatial distortion within the fog, they are hoping that this tracking device will keep the ship on task for what needs to happen. So the hope is we got the signal plugged in here. The GPS should work fine. Even in the fog, we're hoping ancient juju magic kind of takes the place of modern technology and that we're able to find what we need to find.
And like right before we take off, like Victor looks over at Cam. He's like, I wonder what happens when we take the stone out mid-journey.
You just see him snap. Don't. And he looks back out, keeping watch.
All right. So you're off and running. Is there anything else that you guys are kind of doing in the meantime on board ship?
Rufus.
I would
is
like
gonna...
to.
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Chris.
No, go ahead.
All right. Rufus is going to go through the ship and try to find any hidden compartments.
Ooh. Observant subtlety, sir.
Subtle.
Google or Waze. I don't know. I could try Crystal to do some kind of, or Max to do some kind of like celebrity voice inclusion on your GPS system. You know?
6, 7, and 8. 3 successes.
Oh, three
Nice.
successes. Yeah, you're able specifically as you're kind of going around, you're able inside of some of the areas, you're actually able to find a couple of very oddly placed transponder devices that are sitting inside of the walls of the ship. Obviously, some Steel Imperium tracking devices are going on here. And
All
they
right.
look that they are active.
Active transponders. Great.
Are they connected or are they all just like resting in certain spots?
They are actually connected. It looks like they are housed within like a technological framework, like a web of sorts.
Okay.
So I assume you're not just ripping them out of the walls as you find them.
No.
Good choice. Good
I
choice.
I shout up. I go, hey,
Meow.
Pam, you might want to take a look at these devices.
You just hear footsteps marching from up above, start to come down the stairs. And I'll kind of find my way down in the hull of the boat and find Rufus. And I look and I'm like, oh, what are those?
You're the brains. I'm the muscle.
All right. Not my area of expertise, but I will see what we can figure out.
Well, if you would like, you could give knowledgeable culture to draw on your terminal experience. If
Right,
you would
which
like.
is what I was going to ask, is how
Sure.
we would go about doing that. So you said knowledge.
Knowledgeable culture. You're basically
Culture,
trying to. It's like you're trying to remember what you learned with John Connor in the Resistance to fight Terminators.
Yeah.
Because in your realm, Zepto, the malevolent AI, took everything over. So.
Oh, I got to re-roll that because that's a D10, and that would be cheating. I should take a picture of that too. That's an 8, 6, and a 4.
All right, 3 successes. So you're able to kind of automatically intuit that, man, I'm using the word intuit a lot tonight. You're able to remember that any type of transponder device is inherently very dangerous. Even more dangerous would be to attempt to either nullify or monkey with the programming, as any sensitivity change, either positive, negative, or otherwise, is kind of suspect. So yeah, the Steel Imperium, very, true to its authoritarian will, doesn't trust anybody, even themselves. So these devices are set to keep active acknowledgement. You're kind of figuring that it's like an added insurance policy.
Right.
That the crew's not going to take all this valuable tenebrous crystal and sell it on the black market. So it's just another babysitter that the Imperium's put into the ship.
Rufus, you know what a dead man switch is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we do anything to these and they're gonna know.
I just don't touch stuff. I don't know.
No, good finding them. At least we know they're here. But and you'll see as I like lift up one of the panels and I like carefully slide it back in place and then do it to the other one.
Okay.
Probably best to just get rid of the whole ship at once instead of messing with those.
We got enough of the Tenebris. We could do that easily.
Yeah, after what you threw, I'm getting that idea real quick.
All right. So,
Well,
I was just going to ask, where is Victor at the moment, Chris?
Victor is still he's kind of like looked through the ship, and he is specifically looking for the location of like wherever this auto destruct process would have happened, and then also any type of weapons that are built into the ship, like
Well,
defensive capabilities of the ship.
there are only defensive capabilities that have been built into the ship. So they do have, like a very light, tenebrous powered shield installation. So it can take some hits, obviously, to not explode the precious cargo. So there are no active weapon systems aboard. It is, again, this ship is designed to get where it needs to go quickly and quietly. So it also doesn't kind of raise any kind of red flags to it. And you're kind of also able to figure out that what that guy was doing wasn't necessarily like an explosion device, but it was like more of a secure, if we're not going to be able to get in, no one's going to be able to use this. So
Okay.
kill switch in terms of it was trying to lock the ship down so it wouldn't even be able to transport.
Combat lock it.
And this shield, would it cover just the, like when I'm looking into the shield, is it covering just the cargo or the whole ship?
Give me knowledgeable tools on that.
Good question.
Knowledgeable tools. So that's going to be 2d6s and a d8 still, or no? There's no.
Still, yep.
Okay. Two 4s and a 2.
Okay, 2 successes. So you're basically, they didn't like design this to be that intricate of a shield matrix, so it literally just covers the entire ship. You do know that, I mean, because of the size of the vessel, let's just say you're not going to last an extended firefight by any means. It's enough to take a couple of unintended, not well-meaning blasts to the ship.
Next question is, would I be able to read would I be able to read the signature of how like that shield was being used?
What do you mean?
Like if I wanted to be able to get past the shield with a sound or auditory wavelength, would I know what that like frequency is to cut through it, basically?
Oh yeah, you can easily identify what the wavelength would be. It is an energy shield, so it's not like a concussive or like a physical shield. It's energy based. So yeah, you could monkey with it,
and
if
then
you needed it.
After that, he would go to the crates and he would like slowly crack open one of these crates and start looking inside the crates, that like whatever it was that was like super like sensitive, to start to try to get a feel for like what's inside this crate that's like easy to
Basically,
blow up.
the crate, each crate houses roughly about 10 to 12 crystals. They are packed kind of low techy. They're packed like with a bunch of like foam or straw, just light packing material to kind of cushion whatever might happen in there. So it's not like, form fitting, like where it's slotted in. Here's the crystals go into these brackets. So they're not loose per se, but they're kind of just hanging about.
Okay. I'll let somebody else go because I have one more thing that I'm going to do in a little while. But yeah.
All right.
Cam's like quietly walked up top again and is just watching you like monkey and rifle through all this stuff. just staring like, okay.
Rufus is actually going to take a nap.
Okay. Cam, your alarm goes off telling you it is time for your security check-in with the Imperium.
Perfect. I do a couple snaps to get Victor's attention to let him know. Okay. And point to my little holodeck.
Okay. Yep, it's time to check in with command.
So then he'd come through and he would activate the transponder and say, "Command, we're en route, still on track of time, making good time, no
Is
concerns."
the processing of the crystals going according to schedule as well?
It is. It's on track.
How many of the crystal crates have been converted to the purified Tenebris?
So I guess GM wise, I know you said that these things like automatically go through a process when you put them in, right? And I know that we actively were kind of doing that process. Is this
Were you?
check-in? I thought we were. I don't know, but
Nope,
no,
We never
we're
weren't?
not.
started.
Nope.
We
Oh.
never claimed we did.
Okay. So nobody's messed with the thing yet. How many crates are on the ship?
You have a total of 13 out of the original 14 crates available.
Okay. And we're
What's one?
it's been an hour. Every hour we check in. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you had
So-
time to, fiddle with the disguise kits that you were doing. Also, loading all the crates on would have taken a little bit of time as well.
Perfect.
So I was telling them that we're ahead of schedule, and
So
we've
that means
got-
that at this point, you have at least 50 to 60% of the raw Tenebris crystal that has gone through the purification cycle. Is that correct?
that's correct.
I do want to let you know that it is highly imperative that we have the purified Tenebris energy for us to be able to absorb control of the Goliath device.
You'll have all the energy. Trust me.
I hope so. We understand, at least from what our dearly departed previous research crew was able to find, that the Goliath is self-powered with its own energy. What we are hoping to do is to use those canisters to repurpose, if you will, I guess appropriate would be the most appropriate word, that we would be able to use a energy cycle that we are more able to technologically control, thereby bring the Goliath under our direct control. According to our sensor information, however, and I did want to bring this point to your attention, according to all of our transponder sensor information, you're lying to me. The purification systems that are on board deck of the ship have not yet been activated. Care to explain yourself?
And he just like he says, "I'll get with the crew because I was told otherwise."
Right. Are you sure that you could not benefit again from a potentially more watchful eye? You do not sound like a commander that is in command. You
Oh,
sound
trust
like
me.
the
I'll be ready to
commanded
I'll be
rather
ready to
than
have you walk.
commander.
I'll be ready for you to walk through the ship and take a look at what we've completed by the time we get there.
Well, I have hardly the time in my busy schedule to worry about such matters. That was why you were assigned to this task, not me. Promotion starts with pro, as in professional. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. To try and ensure that we can at least meet the deadline that we need, you are en route to the fog. We can see that from the transponder information. Unfortunately, because the crystals have not yet been cycled, we will need to send you some assistance. You do
Okay.
know what this means, yes?
Yes, and as he's saying that back, he wants to try and send through the signal of discussing. He wants to also try to do the scrambler on this guy in the actual communication sound waves that are going through.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, go ahead.
This
I
went
would-
from bad to worse real fast.
You're sending people anyways, right? So,
Yeah, it's normally around this time that 0 successes start to happen.
I was just thinking that.
Go ahead, Mike, and raise the exposure level by 1. Actually, raise it by 2. So you're at exposure level 5. Yeah, so go ahead and give me gift with at this point it will again be forceful.
Okay. Okay.
And your exposure is still now at a D6.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And forceful is okay. It's a D4 for me.
And you're the one that wanted to take a nap.
An 8, a 4, and a 2.
All right, so 2 successes. Yeah, you are able to send some distortion through. Now, you're not able to fully, like, you're basically discombobulating him with the 2 successes. So he just, like, his voice kind of trails off during the missive, and he's just like, for whatever reason, I need to take a moment to rest. None to worry though. The assistance has already been dispatched. Check in normal time. Give whatever assistance available. Angels inbound, and the missive ends.
Shit, should we activate the refinery now?
When we turn on this refinery, so this is, and I'm going to talk to both of them. Like, this is an internal conversation with them. Like, there. So
you're waking up Rufus first, I assume.
Yeah. So I want to get them up and like them, let him know what's going on, like, and kind of like a plan of attack on this to see if we can. There's a process I'm going to try to do to see if we can speed this up. So you have the refinery already, and the refinery, I assume, is probably powered by energy as well to make these crystals go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm curious as to whether or not I can learn whatever this specific wavelength of the energy is on these crystals, and see if I can also add to that to speed up the process. To get
so you're going to try to add to the synthesis of the crystal by messing with their molecular structure from a sonic level.
Correct.
That's highly dangerous. I love it. Yeah, go ahead. And I would say in this instance, you are definitely being very creative. Although you could use knowledgeable if you want to use any kind of information that your character has about molecular structure. So you could use science or wibbly jibbly. It's up to you.
It's nice knowing you, Rufus.
Once I figured out what this force field was on the ship, I want to see if I can also use that same energy that's on the ship itself to create a small force field around one of these crystals. Or like put it into a location of the ship where we can put a force field around like that little section of it, still using the energy from the ship. I don't know if that's possible or not.
So you want to create a safe lab to work with.
Correct.
So it does. So if it explodes, it's contained.
Correct.
All right. Well, first, roll the die to see if you can figure out the signature. Then we'll work on you actually monkeying with the crystal.
So it's going to be.
Remember, guys, crossing the streams is bad.
Yes. Yes.
Much love on the Ghostbusters quote, Mike. Much love.
So you said creative?
Yep. Creative and your gift.
And my gift. And then we're at a D6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A 5, a 4, and a 2.
Okay, so that is 2 successes. Yeah, you're able to figure out. I mean, you can fairly safely do it. The problem is that the process will take normal amount of time unless you try to accelerate it.
Okay. So I guess I would turn to the guys and say, okay, look, like, let's look at this machinery and see if there's anything else on the ship that we could recreate another one of these, and then I can help us develop a second synthesizer, basically.
I will tell you that the ship was streamlined, so you do not have enough material components on the ship to design a second fabricator.
Got it. Okay. So then The second thing, like once we find out that that won't happen, I want to develop a plan with these guys. So I assume that these angels that they're sending are gonna land on the ship somewhere, right?
Literally just starting to put the stuff in the slot to process it. It's like, you're making it too complicated.
Cam's over there
So-
grumbling with
So-
Rufus as we're loading the processor.
So you guys are loading processor. I'm trying to come up with an idea of like, do we know where these guys are going to land when they come to the ship? Like, is there a specific location that they're going
My
to go to?
my
No.
guess, and I'm still feeding slowly. From my line of work, whenever you said things like angels, it was usually code name for some sort of aerial asset, and that's what my assumption is.
Got it.
If anyone would like to make a knowledgeable culture roll, I will allow you, since none of you actually come from the chain, I will allow any of you a knowledgeable culture roll to remember what you can from Branchriders Academy days about the Tenebrous Angel. I think Mike remembers about the Tenebrous Angel.
Yes, I do.
You guys want me to take a stab at it?
All you.
Okay.
Sure.
Because I've got, as far you said, knowledgeable, and then culture, and then
And then exposure.
we're down to, and then we're down to D6 now, correct?
Yep.
4s and above. Oh. A 5 and 2 3s.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward.
Fail forward on this one.
Okay. Well, apparently that day you kind of found the Tenebrous Angels to be boring. You were kind of like, yeah, AI, I dealt with freaking Zepto. What the hell do I have to care for some steampunk garbage? That's so beyond my tech level. What the hell could that possibly do to hurt me? So you don't remember about what Tenebrous Angels are. You will soon get a reminder because the transponder system just says, escort has arrived. Tenebrous Angels approaching upon vehicle trajectory. They have locked on to our transponder signal and are prepared to escort and intervene.
Question for the DM.
They're here.
Did I ever figure out how to make a smaller section of the force field?
With 2 successes, yes, you have.
Okay. So I'm gonna go and like they're going through and they're like doing these transponders, like putting them through, and I'm gonna take 2 of the crystals and pocket them.
You're gonna pocket 2 of them?
I'm gonna take 2 of the crystals. Yeah, I'm gonna not pocket, but I'm gonna keep 2 of them with me. Yeah. I got
Okay.
2 crystals with me. I'm being cautious with them, but I have them on person.
How are you being cautious with them?
1 in one pocket, 1 in the
I'm just
I
not
knew that
pulling
they-
the pin out. What do you want from me?
I knew that they were packaged individual, like they had like the packaging around them. So I went to put it in the pocket. Like I would try to stuff around them, like make sure that they're not like able
Okay.
to move around. Things
They're a
like
little
that.
bulky, so they do kind of fill up your pockets when you go to throw them in there. But
Sure. Okay.
You
Okay.
trying to compensate for something?
You know, just need a little energy to keep me going through the day.
those of you below deck hear the metal clank. It's kind of a thunderous sound that you hear from above deck. And it just says, one of the Angel Emissary escorts has boarded the vessel. The other 2 are riding astride to continue to escort us as we approach the fog.
I will move away from the processor and go up topside with Victor to
Okay.
look to the captainy part while he puppet masters my appearance.
Oh, this is great. So, Tenebrous Angel is one of my favorite creations, and the art is absolutely one of the most favorite pieces of art for the entire book, so I'm going to kind of share in my window. I hope people can see. This is what a Tenebrous Angel looks like.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Tenebrous Angels stand about 7 feet tall. Allow me to read the description of the Tenebrous Angel. The Tenebrous Angel uses agility and ruthless precision to hunt down those marked by the Imperium. Once a Tenebrous Angel is hunting you, it will only stop if ordered to by an Imperium officer. As its name implies, these Tenebrous soldiers have a resemblance to angels and are presented as guardians to the public. Their wings allow them to fly and hide their feather-like swords, while their halo acts as a sensor, capable of predicting weather patterns and detecting strong energy signatures. Its directive is known to be identify, hunt, and dispose of your targets no matter what is in the way. It uses excessively brutal methods. So this thing just kind of clanks and it stands, its wings kind of collapse down, and it kind of folds. I understand you are the captain of this vessel. Is that correct?
And I would answer for like, were you gonna talk, or like I'm watching him very closely, like see if he's gonna talk or not, and if he does, I'm gonna basically ventriloquist for
Hey,
him.
you're in Vegas. You have your first audience. Let's see how this ventriloquism act goes.
So with my mask, you wouldn't even be able to see me talk because it's covering my face and then projecting that image outward. So it would basically be me doing gestures and then you speaking for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to do. Why don't we go ahead and start to role play this out, and we will do roles as required.
Got it.
We demand an updated report on the progress of this mission. We have been sent to escort your vehicle for its final destination before it enters into the fog. As far as reports indicate, you had not yet at that time begun processing of the tenebrous crystals to their refined state for the mission of the Imperium. We do note that the processing machinery has been activated aboard this vessel, which is a very positive change for you, Captain. Congratulations. You may, at this time, have abated the suspicion of the Imperium.
Understood. And the crystals are currently undergoing the out of character. I can't remember what I was going to say now.
Refinement.
Refinement. Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a social subtlety roll.
Okay. Social. 6 and subtlety. D6. So 2 D6s and another D6, I guess, or just 2 straight D6s.
Do you still roll your exposure, your situation die? So you would have social, subtlety, and the
Well, then
situation.
exposure die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Social,
still a D6.
subtlety, and another D6. So 3 D6s then. Okay.
Roll high.
A 5, a 6, and a 4.
All right, 3 successes, which is what you needed at that moment. Your sync seems to be working, at least currently at the need. I will tell you just kind of in advance, if you would have rolled any less than 3 successes, there would have been automatic suspicion, because this is a highly developed sense droid.
Question: when this angel is talking,
Mm-hmm.
is there any like sound waves reverberating through its like metal structure?
No.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
completely electronic. Like it's literally an automated system that has just single solitary programming behind it.
Got it. Okay.
At this time, I will remain upon the vessel to make sure that production goes as scheduled. We are approximately about to enter the fog in very short time.
We have and so he would speak back and say, "We have a lot of work to get done. We're going to go back down and make sure this is happening."
Wait a minute. Where's the rest of your consignment? You were originally sent upon this mission with a crew consignment of 1 commander and 5 privileged pirates. I currently report the current crew assignment to be only at 3. Is there a reason for this discrepancy? Raise the exposure.
Fuck.
That tool really works, doesn't it?
He would just state that there's 3 that were not obeying orders, and it was handled as needed, and that was part of the reason that some of the refinement was behind. So they're short on the crew based off the fact that the crew is not obeying orders properly, and we had what we had to leave.
What was your manner of handling the discrepancy?
All 3 are no longer existing with us.
Where were the bodies placed?
They were completely disposed of.
Are they back at the original departure site?
The molecular pieces of them are.
We'll still be able to sense them. Dispatch, send additional agent units to original site of departure. Check for remnants of crew to verify captain's story regarding discrepancy. Thank you, Captain, for this added information. Let's hope it bears out.
When he sends out that signal,
Uh-huh.
is it an energy signal, or how does that?
It's a communication broadcast.
Can I try to interrupt that in any way?
As every GM worth their salt will say, you can certainly try.
Oh man.
And this
Hey,
is where it starts.
I'm just trying. Hey, you know.
Yeah, this is when
I gotta
the
do what I gotta do,
come,
you know?
right?
I'm loving it. I'm sweating fucking bullets right now.
Yeah, so go ahead. Give me a actually what I'm gonna say is you have 2 options. You can do a forceful communication or a forceful gift roll. Like, are you just trying to disrupt the signal, or are you trying to send an alternative message? I guess that's my clarifier.
I'm trying to make the signal go out, so they believe that the signal has gone out, but it isn't going to reach the other end like it's supposed to. They think it has, but it hasn't reached the other end.
Okay, so you're gonna block it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely say in that case it's a forceful gift, not a forceful communication.
Man.
So D8, and are we still at a D6 with the tracker?
Yes.
Yep. You still have a little bit of wiggle. You have 1 more level of exposure until you reach the D4. Not saying we're gonna get there, maybe.
My forceful is
At this rate.
forceful or communication.
It's forceful approach plus the use of the
Got
gift.
it.
We don't have to apply the skill.
Got it. We'll see what happens. No successes.
I knew
it. Okay. So a couple things happen here. So you intend to stop the transmission, and basically what happens is as this occurs, the angel immediately turns to you, just says, "Why were you trying to interrupt the manner of my transmission?"
Can I put the force field around the angel?
You can attempt.
So there's 2 things I want to do at the same time, and this might be like a major role
we'll
thing.
do them in pieces because the angel's going to get to act as well.
That's fine. There's a part of putting the force field, so and I don't know how like getting an item out works here, if that's a full like I don't know the process of that. So
okay, yeah, as far as action, it's assumed that each action, I mean, roughly like in D&D terms, pretty much, it's like, you know, roughly about 6 seconds of something is kind of your standard action. So we will deal with the force field attempt first.
okay, but I would prefer, like, the reason I asked that is because I want to get the crystal in the angel's hands first.
Okay, so you're gonna chuck the crystal and try to do the force field.
Oh no!
All right. So First thing
Oh,
we're gonna do,
no.
like a catch thing, right? Like, here you go, catch. Like,
so we're gonna consider that an observant tools. In most cases, again, branch hack for those of you listening who are going to be playing this game. Anything that is melee is typically a forceful. Anything that is like a ranged attack is typically observant because you're trying to, kind of measure it out. So go ahead and give me an observant tools because you're hucking the crystal towards him, and we'll see how that goes.
All right, observant is a D8. Tools is a D6.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're still at a D6 right now?
For the moment.
Okay.
For this second,
Is there anything that any of you guys are doing right now, like outside of what I've got going on?
I am doing my best to hold the charade up, and I've got something in my back pocket for when crap hits the fan.
Look, I'm downstairs processing stuff, so I have no clue what's happening up there.
Oh, you will in a second, Mike.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Yeah. Hold on to them britches. It's about to happen.
All right. One success.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward, sir?
Succeed at cost.
Oh boy. Okay. So
It's a good thing I have a backup plan.
go ahead and chuck the crystal into the bubble. Now, the same time this is happening, Rufus, you suddenly become aware of some noises that definitely don't sound good. Did the term shearing metal?
Oh no.
Yeah. So as you go and you huck the crystal on, Rufus, you basically sense and all of you feel a rocking of the ship as the other two angel envoys that were on deck to escort the ship now have sheared along the side of the ship. So, Rufus, you are suddenly aware of feathered metal wings. You remember what a Tenebrous angel was. So, literally, you see the wings shear through the side of the ship, narrowly missing the refinement crystal area. As both sides of that cabin, you just see holes rip into the side of the ship.
No.
Go ahead, Victor. Go to do your force field.
Okay, so what am I rolling for the force field?
For the force field, because you're trying to use your basically sonic generator to do that, it's at this point going to be creative plus your gift.
Creative. Okay, good. So 2 D8s and a D6 still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For now.
For now.
2 successes.
2 successes. Yeah, you are able to get the force field up around the crystal. So give me one option here. All right, what I'm going to have you do for me is I want you to roll a very specialized defense roll for observant plus fighting.
Okay. So that's going to be a D8 and a D4. Okay. Just those 2 dice?
No, you always roll the situation die.
Got it.
Unless you get into level 10, which there is no exposure die.
Got it.
A
5, a 5, a 4, and a 1.
Okay, so 2 successes. All right, so the crystal explodes, and a very disconcerting thing happens when this occurs. So the crystal blows up inside. So the Benny is that, yes, the shield definitely contained the blast. However, these little, I can only call them gills, really. Kind of these little hatches open up in the Tenebrous Angel. And as the explosion opens, basically it sucks in the Tenebrous explosion energy. And you see the purple that courses through the Tenebrous Angel's construct start to get sharper in illumination. And it almost, I mean, you know, this thing doesn't have lungs, but it almost is kind of like, oh my God, I needed that. and the force field drops.
Okay.
You are now in combat. First of all, Rufus, what are you doing down below as these holes shear into the side of the ship?
Oh no.
I'm getting as far away from this crate as I possibly can.
All right, where are you headed to? Are you running up on deck or running to a hiding place? What's your plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna run up on deck.
All right, go ahead and give me a forceful athletics to see how fast you can go.
Forceful. This is not gonna go well for me, I don't think. That one's angled. Yep. One success.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward, sir.
Oh, let's fail forward.
Fail forward. I love it. Yeah, so pretty much what has happened is you are going to turn tail and run. And unfortunately, you almost like as you're tripping and stumbling as you're going towards the upstairs steps, you're just like, holy crap. You hear that turnaround and almost like that sonic scream as the angel comes through for another tear. Now it rips through the side of the hull, clipping one of the crystals that was in the processing area. So it creates a little bit of an explosion. You are going to take our first condition of the game, Mike. You are going to take the hurt condition, which means as you go to act in combat, your exposure is going to act as though it was a D4.
Okay.
Now, good news is, as the exposure gets higher, that's not going to matter so much.
One
Trying to sprinkle some goodness here. All right, what about you, Cam?
The second I see that angel basically suck in the vapors, I feel the second one make its second swipe. Victor, you see a different side of Cam where it's been this kind of like burnout, like, yeah, it's just another mission. We're going to go do this, and we'll get back.
Ooh, the
There's
switch
almost
goes
this
on.
switch that flips, and he's going to use his gift. And what his gift is you can see almost like it's nanotech. This suit of power armor slowly just envelop Cam. And he whips up that rifle and just starts laying into that angel in front of him.
Fantastic. So, quick question. So you're making the power armor out of
Correct.
the nanotech, basically, correct?
Yep.
So is that a design for offensive or defensive capability? What is the focus of that suit?
Currently in his job, it would have been a heavily designed for defensive, because where he came from, he worked as a TAC medic for a megacorp.
Okay.
Where they go in and basically retrieve vital assets at all costs.
Okay.
So it's very heavy defensive.
Very nice. Go ahead first. And I would say give me a creative gift roll.
Okay. A 4 and a 1.
Did you roll your exposure?
I did not roll exposure, which is a D6 currently.
Yep.
For now.
For now.
Oh, thank God. Okay, a 6.
Okay, 2 successes. Oh, yeah, your nanos immediately go into response. You guys have been through a lot together. So it just immediately constructs this heavy. I mean, you're still very flexible and maneuverable within this, but it's just adding some extra layers so you can do what you need to do. All right. So what I'm going to ask then is also give me a forceful tools. Okay. Or an observant tools as you open fire on this angel.
Oh, we're going to do observant tools because that's a D8 and a D10. That would be an 8. Oops, sorry, that I did a D12. I got to re-roll that one again. I'm getting it mixed up. Here we go. An 8, a 5, and a 4. So 3 successes.
All right. Yeah, you just you're just unloading, and you definitely see that. I mean, when hit with its own generated energy of the Tenebrous rifle, it's absorbing it, but in a completely different way than it intended. And you definitely have fired some very, very, very meaningful shots into this puppy. He is by no means down, but
Perfect.
definitely he has been impacted.
Good.
So here's what I'm going to need specifically from both Cam and Victor. I need both of you to give me observant plus fighting checks.
And you said it was observant and fighting, correct?
Correct. Yeah, these are defense rolls, and I'll kind of do a little bit behind the screen here for our viewers so they know what exactly is happening.
2, 6,
Two?
4, and a 1.
All right.
6, 4, and a 2.
6, 4, and a 2. All right, 2 successes. So basically, the Tenebrous Angel that's on deck in front of you, it just kind of took this and it holds both of its hands up, and from its palm, a little hole in the center just fires a bunch of darts at the both of you. And I mean, Cam, your armor just kind of, knocks them off, but it just says, warning, attempted attack by Tenebrous Angel utilizing draining touch ability. So you've just basically made successful defense rolls against the blight ability. Like we said last week, these are called shots. So whatever attack it's using, you roll defense checks, but
Yeah.
he's either missed or in the case of Cam, the armor is able to kind of bounce it off.
Perfect.
And actually, with the exactment of that, I'm going to give you the added, you have a edge, which is a positive condition of strengthened. Now, just for information's sake, an edge is basically a positive condition, so it can act as armor against a condition, as long as the story makes sense. Or if you get a condition, you can use that to stage it down or remove it. Okay? All right.
Got it.
And additionally, I'm going to need both of you to give me creative subtlety check also. This is another attack. The Tenebrous goes 2 times around.
Subtlety, not so good.
Hot dog.
A 4, a 5, and a 1.
Okay.
A 6, a 3, and a 1.
Okay. So, Chris, your character temporarily takes the condition. I gotta actually find out which one is the most appropriate. Oh, I love when I have to look up my own book. This is great. Okay, give me 2 seconds here.
We're making you work for it.
Maybe you work. Sing for my supper. I will say at this point, you have the gripped condition, as you just hear the angel say, target signature required, memorized, and filed.
That's not good.
So, yeah, just for awareness' sake, your identity and your signature are now stored within the Tenebrous Angel database, meaning that unless you find a way to get that removed, this droid will hunt you down and kill you.
Yeah.
All right. So at that point, everybody has their stuff. The Tenebrous Angel on deck has acted. The other 2 are continuing to attack the ship. It's a new, fresh round. Go ahead, gents.
Oh boy.
Where's the when we check in the transponder, right? Because you had stated that the only way that these things can deactivate is if they get a command from an officer, correct?
That is correct.
So where are these? Do we have that transponder on us?
I believe
That
you
we
would, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe you had it.
Would it be far-fetched if I was to use the transponder to make the sound waves come out of the transponder as the officer telling these things to stand down?
Which officer?
The one that we spoke with that I tried to scramble his brains. the voice of his coming through.
Yeah, you can attempt that. So go ahead, give me a I will say that you're trying to communicate this directly. So I would offer this as a creative communication. You're basically trying to out-talk a droid.
Race the chaos.
Communication. Oh wow, 2d8.
Oh, I don't know if you've noticed. I've fully embraced it at this point.
I want it. Hero.
A 5, a 6, and a 1.
Okay. You are able to do the communication in the captain's gruff voice, you say.
So is the captain or the officer that we'd spoke with before? Because
That's
I'm
up
not
to
trying
you.
to play the captain. I was trying to play the officer that we talked with that I tried to scramble his brains.
Right, the commander from
Yeah,
the back
the
that you
commander.
scrambled. Yep.
Yeah. So he would state that there was they have located the bodies that were on the decks, and like they sent off the signal to try to find these bodies or whatever. Located the bodies, and from what they understand so far, that they need to stand down from the mission that they sent them out to destroy, like to take over the ship, basically.
Information has been determined to be incorrect. Currently, the commander in charge of this mission is undergoing medical treatment due to a sudden state of brainwave inactivity. This command is not sanctioned. Raise the exposure.
And when
I mean, I don't have any weapons or anything, so what else am I gonna do? Like
when the angel responds and says this command is not recognized, I just continue to lay into it and just yell, "Command this!"
Nice. Nice. We got a Schwarzenegger as well. I'll give you command right here. Here are your commands. Hi. Yeah, go ahead and give me another observant or forceful tools, please.
All right. D8, D10, and now a D4. Oh, that's good. That's good. A 4, a 7, and a 10.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's 3 successes.
Cool.
Which here's basically what happens. Yeah, you riddle this sucker with more bullets. I mean, that 3 success jobby is working out very well for you. So it literally just and it just kind of dies back. Another interesting thing happens. So Rufus, from your vantage point, kind of below deck, you're a little bit close to the helm for purposes of story. So as you're still kind of trying to make your way up there, you just hear the transponder system from the bridge echo through. It goes, "Please be aware, on deck, ship approaching barrier of the fog. Please be aware, security measures for possible rough entry into the boundaries of the fog." That is all.
Nope.
What are you doing, Rufus?
I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna pull that transponder out of the bridge area to try and stop the ship.
Oh, snap. All right. Go ahead and give me a forceful tools because you're trying to wreck something.
And I'm up top shooting. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Here comes. Ready for the zeros, boys?
Yeah. Hey, they always come when the story needs it.
I got a 5, a 2, and a 1.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward.
Oh, let's
ready for the-
succeed at a cost.
I'm ready for the sudden stop.
All right. So when you go to grab and rip the transponder, right, you're very successful at doing this, and it just tears completely out of the housing. So you are now holding the stone disc, which actually, as you are approaching the barrier of the fog, is now you're noticing resonating with a quicker pulse than what it was previously. So it just says, ship input no longer available. Please advise. Current trajectory will still enter us into the fog. Explain actions, please.
Ship's compromised. Stop.
Ship not able to be suddenly stopped. Please also be aware. Current escort will not be able to follow us into the fog due to its sense of tracking that will be inoperable given the fog.
Put it back in.
I'm gonna rip out the speaker.
Nice. Yeah. So, I mean, the ship is still rocketing forward as it goes, and ripping it out doesn't seem to have been able to slow it down because it's just still on that trajectory. Those angels shear through another layer, and actually now there is a hole in the side of that room that you are currently getting out of. And actually, we've lost at least one box of the tenebrous crystals. And there are currently, I will say, due to the processing, you are currently up to 4 canisters filled with refined tenebrous.
Well,
So now you get.
You also blew
go
up
ahead.
the one.
What's that?
Yeah.
You also blew up the one when I got
Yep.
blown
One
up.
container.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're now down to 11.
Can we see or hear anything that's going on from where Rufus is at? I mean, because we went up one deck, but I have no idea. Like, are we?
You're hearing the sound of shearing metal on either side, and you know from the communique that 3 of the angels have been sent, and you know that you've dispatched one of them, so that means 2 are still remaining. They seem to be kind of delighting in trying to down your vessel, but it's rocketing fast, and you actually on deck, both you and Cam do see this gigantic green misty wall directly ahead of you into the direction that the ship is heading.
Can I try to throw the barrier up around the ship? What's left of the ship?
Yeah, you most certainly can do that if you'd like.
See if we can like slow down the impact of the fog, but not include the angels or whatever. I'm just trying to throw it around the ship, like
Okay.
while they're on the outside of it. Yeah.
Just to secure the fog isn't like a hard barrier that you're gonna hit.
Sure.
It's just you'll hit like the barrier that enters you into the fog. But yeah.
But you stated well, I guess we wouldn't know that though. Like we didn't hear the communication.
You
Right.
did not know.
Okay.
You just see, holy
So
crap.
I just see something
ahead.
coming. Yeah, I have no idea. Like
Yep.
I have never entered the fog before, so I would just assume it's going to be bad juju. So I'm just going to try to throw up like the
no
the force
worries.
field around us. Like
Yep. Creative gift use will enable you to, depending on your role, to enable you to put up that barrier.
And
of the
we're at a
shield.
D4 now.
That is correct. Your
Okay, so
situation is a D4.
2. Let's see. 2 D8s and a D4. A 7, a 7, and a 1.
Ooh, 2 successes. Yeah, you are able to get a shield up, which is good because it kind of stops some of the tenebrous angels shearing of the side of the ship. You and Cam see the tenebrous angels kind of hover, but they seem at the moment to be outside of the shield as the ship continues to barrel towards the fog.
Would I have any in-world knowledge about whether this is a 2-way barrier or a 1-way barrier?
Go ahead and give me a knowledgeable culture check.
Okay. Where'd it go? Here we go. Knowledgeable T8. Oh, you. Wait. Yeah, you. Culture was my dump stat.
Uh-oh. Wait, you don't have culture, or was it D4?
it's a D4.
Okay, that's not exactly fully dumb stat. You still have a chance.
A 4, 4, and a 5. So better than I
Oh,
thought.
3 successes.
Cool.
Yeah, what you know of the fog is it is a porous membrane, so you're able to get in. The only problem is that once you cross into the fog, navigation becomes very difficult.
Sorry, if I said fog, I meant to say the shield, the barrier that's around us.
Your knowledge about the shield is, at the moment, it seems to have prevented something from getting in.
Okay.
You're kind of assuming that that would also necessitate that something can't get out.
Okay,
It
perfect.
does not seem to be a two-way. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about.
No,
the
you're
fog.
good. At that point, I will just walk back into kind of the cabin area where Victor has been, and part of the helm and visor kind of just fades.
Okay.
And there's just, you see Cam grin, and he's like, got one of them.
All right. Actually, I'm going to ask you, Victor, to go ahead and give me a forceful integrity check. You are basically utilizing your command and willpower over the construction of the shield through sound waves to take, basically you're making a defense roll against the shield from the attacks of the angels.
A forceful integrity. Okay. A 4-4-1.
Okay, 2 successes is more than sufficient at this point. It is definitely taken a beating. The Tenebrous Angels are just blasting it with its own brand of Tenebrous energy, so you're able to kind of modify and scramble the signal a little bit to compensate for them trying to kind of knock it down. And you are closer still to the fog.
With the long range goggles that I have,
Mm-hmm.
can I look out and see if I can get any type of signature off the fog itself, or whether like there's any type of resonance from the fog, like the barrier we're about to hit?
I will say, due to the nature of the fog, you get 0 reading from the fog whatsoever. Like looking through the goggles, it is just a hazy, crazy, distorted mess of nothing.
And there's no signature off of the. I would assume with the goggles I can look around and see signatures. There's no signatures coming off of these angel things either.
Only the signature of them, like, just sending standard update messages and, just attempting to, to track and quarry, which is their main function.
Rufus is going to make his way to the engine room,
Okay.
and I'm going to start disabling fuel lines and engine relays.
Wow, you want to prevent this sucker from going in, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead and give me a forceful tools check. You're trying to break something.
Exposure is
D4.
a 4, a 4, and a 1.
All right. Yeah, you are kind of able to do what you're doing, just like clanging through the engine room. You actually kind of notice like some sputter to the engines because you're cutting the fuel lines and it's starting to slow down, which is good because you're not going to hit the curtain, but it's bad because you're starting to lose altitude. So the airship is going to become a sea ship rather shortly, if you have anything to say about it. Cam, back to you.
Yeah, I completely caught off guard by the fact that the ship kind of lurches.
Yep.
And then you can, like I said, you start to feel it kind of like descend. and you just hear from up above, you hear,
Rufus, what are you doing?
Nothing.
and I'm literally
Stop in the
just
ship.
looking for something to hold on to at this point, because we're going down.
Well, and in addition to that, considering that you are removing some of the fuel power source, Victor, I'm going to need you to give me another forceful integrity check to see if you can maintain the shield, because you were kind of reallocating the power source that you had on board the ship to create the shield, because you can't create that sucker out of whole cloth.
So forceful integrity. Okay.
Rufus, you start to notice that the transponder is blinking even more wildly than it did previously.
The one in my hand or the one in the wall?
The stone one from the steering console that you
Gotcha.
ripped out.
A 4, 5, and a 1.
Okay, yeah, you are still able to maintain this while it's going down, which is great because it can help whatever potential crash you are going to have, because you guys are losing altitude very, very quickly.
You said this is water we're headed towards, right?
Yep.
It's gonna be hard when we
Can I start to try, like, if I'm looking towards the water, can I start to try and, like, where are the other two at right now?
You have no idea. Well, you know where Cam is. He was right in front of you because he went to where you were. And he just sees you like you're standing there all kind of earthbendery, just kind of like trying to hold everything together for the shield.
I had sensed that I knew like the structure of the shield, and that I could possibly get through the shield because of the actual like wavelength of the shield itself.
Yep.
I'm curious
it's a little bit easier now knowing that the power signature is dampening.
I'm curious as to whether or not I can try to influence the water to create more air in the water when we hit it, so it softens the blow. Like it's dispensing the particles of the water out more, so it's softer landing.
Yep, I'm gonna say this. You can attempt to do that utilizing the same gift. However, you absolutely need 3 successes on this one, because you're basically balancing your focus between the two endeavors.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the problem is, like, even with the force field, though, if we hit the water, like, I mean,
it's gonna hurt.
Dangerous missions, dude. And actually, do you have any conditions?
I had. Well, I don't know that you ever gave. You're gonna look it up.
Oh, you had gripped because you were tracked. Actually, grip gets removed because that droid is destroyed. Okay. But you do have a new condition, because whether you're successful or not, you are definitely in a weakened state because you are pushing yourself to your limits.
Sure.
But go ahead and give me another one of those creative gift checks.
All right. So
you just hear Cam say, whatever you're thinking of, Victor, do it now. We're going down.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is that's 2 D8s and a D4. So come on. A 5, a 3, and a 1.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward?
Fail forward.
Okay. This is perfect. So here's a little cutscene. As the ship is bailing down towards the water, you lose your grip on both of these, especially considering that you now have the weakened condition, and the ship slams into the water, and it's kind of like you guys are on a skipping stone, as it just kind of like and just hydrofoiling through this. So first, I'd like all of you to give me an observe and athletics check.
Okay, so athletics, I literally have nothing in. So
you are only rolling
D4.
2 dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be your exposure and your observant.
6 and a 4.
6 and a 4. Very nice. All right.
I got a 5.
I got 2.
Okay.
8, 4, and 1.
Rufus
Nice.
is safe. Victor is safe. Cam, did you have any conditions?
Just what was
You
it?
You had
Strengthen
edge.
or edge?
Well, at this point, you can spend that edge to avoid getting the condition of hurt as you are jostled by the rough landing of the ship as it skips across the water and then comes aground on an island that has emerged from the fog, suddenly in time to receive your vessel.
I am going to expend it to not get the condition. And the way I imagine this playing out is
Paint me a picture, baby.
as the impact happens, the power armor basically diverts a bunch of the protective energies and flow from like my torso and shunts it down into my legs.
Ooh,
And acts
nice.
as kind of like almost an exoskeleton, so it strengthens all of my force there and basically just helps stabilize me.
Nice. Very, very, very nice. So yeah, I mean, it's not dissipated by any stretch, and that's a good thing, because the other thing that happens as a result of that succeed at a cost or the fail forward is through the smoky mire of the fog, a gigantic 10-foot gorilla-like monstrosity emerges. So a large gorilla-like mechanical construct appears. Purple and black energy cracks through its bronze plating and oozes through pipes and cords that direct its purple blight energy into the glowing cannon upon its left arm. Its weight and bulk limit its mobility, but its offensive tools and durability are more than enough to compensate. So this gigantic thing just thunderously lands upon the ground. And to be even more terrifying, the 2 Tenebrous angels that had been following you the entire time come to surface to either side of the Tenebrous Goliath, as you are now suddenly faced with 3 pieces of opposition.
Crap.
Love it.
We're in a boss fight, gentlemen.
All right.
We're on Sandy Beach, right?
We
well,
are now.
no longer Sandy Beach. You are now on an island service, so it's kind of like light grass, brush, things of that nature. It's a pretty large island kind of piece that has come through, and the Goliath just kind of stands and clambers forward, thunderously stepping as the giant orange purple cannon starts energizing with a blast ready to fire upon you.
Crap.
Are we able to get onto actual like the dirt and grass, or are we still on the ship, or like how does all that look?
The ship is still somewhat intact because of your maintenance of the shield.
I'm
so
jumping over the side.
You can jump over if you want. That'll be kind of free, just setting up for combat action. Let's make it cinematic.
I wanted to know if we can get our feet on the ground, like actual like dirt, if I can somehow interact with the dirt itself and make us a hole, like a deep foxhole, basically.
Oh, so you want to basically kind of use like sound manipulation to
Right.
basically cave it in
Soften
under you?
the dirt and cave it in underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could try that. Sure. Go ahead, and I would say that this is a forceful gift.
Okay.
Bear in mind your exposure is at a D8 or at an 8 now.
D4.
So raise it one more level, Mike.
I know from
So
the
still
time
D4. Forceful, you said? Yeah.
spent on the boat that we still have crates of crystals, and I am not staying here with a cannon shooting at us. So I am
Good
running
choice.
towards the front of the boat and vaulting over the side. And then as I do, I've got the rifle and I'm unslinging it and starting to draw it up as I go over.
Okay.
I got a
What'd you-
4. I got a 4, 4, and a 6.
All right, 3 successes. So yeah, you're able to create yourself this nice little trench as you just kind of elevate that too, and as you kind of slide into the trench you've created, we're also going to cinematically make it that Cam kind of does a tuck and roll and a dive. He is also able to safely land in. Rufus, my man, getting out from inside the ship as it has crashed. What's your plan?
Well, they jumped over, so I would have come up top and see no one's there and be like, I hope they made it.
Yeah. Oh shit. No, that's perfect. Yeah.
Down below, you hear Cam yelling at Victor, "I'm gonna kill that cat when we're done."
All right. Yeah, you still get an action, dude.
All right, we're gonna jump off the ship. And so there, one of them's in a hole, the other's in like a rock, like behind a rock or something.
No, we're both in there.
They're both in the trench.
Oh, they're both in the trench. All right, I
Yep.
guess I'm joining them in the trench.
Okay. Yeah, you're going ahead jumping in the trench. So first thing I'm going to need to do is a couple of defense rolls from you guys. My apologies in advance. So first of all,
Don't
I
lie
need
to me.
all three of you to give me observant plus fighting checks, because the Tenebrous Angels are soaring over and they are kind of aiming their wing arms towards you and firing off a bunch of swords.
And do we get any type of bonus for being in below ground?
Nope.
8, a 4, and a 1.
Okay, you are good.
So what are we rolling?
An observant fighting check. Mike?
6, a 4, and a 4.
All right, you are safe as well. And actually, hold on, hang on to a bonus action for you.
6, a 4, and a 1.
All right, everybody is safe
Okay.
from the attack. The swords do strike against some of the ground cover that you had. However, Rufus, you go ahead and get yourself a bonus action.
I'm gonna grab one of those swords and throw it back at the Tenebrous Angel.
Ooh, nice. Go ahead and give me an observant tools or an observant fighting, your choice.
I'm going to observant fighting. Oh, I got a 1, a 2, and a 1.
Yeah, that is 0 successes. That is a stone cold miss as it fires over. So the angels have gone. Now it's the Goliath's turn. So the energy channels into the gigantic pulse cannon. It basically takes the pulse cannon and it thrusts it into the ground, and you just hear that as it fires the pulse cannon into the very ground itself. So I need you all to give me a forceful athletics.
Crap.
No.
Forceful athletic. Okay, so just
I
2
mean-
d4s for me.
Not terrible.
Well, it's about to be really bad. I got 0 successes.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it. Same. 0 successes for me too.
All three, none?
I got 1 success.
1 success, which is still not enough on a defense roll. So basically what happens is as the cannon fires into the ground, it sends resonant shockwaves through the earth and actually crumbles the earth from the trench that you have created. You all have the condition of immobile as the ground sifts around from the edges around you, in effect creating a inescapable potential tomb. And the Goliath starts to draw over to you, and you hear its stomps coming even closer to you. Your action, gentlemen.
Can we continue to tunnel? Down?
If you'd like to try that.
I mean, you never know if we're gonna hit a sinkhole or something and go like, you never know. I mean,
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you try to do that and roll 3 successes, there could be lots of cool things that'll happen. I think you've kind of learned my GM style by now.
whether they know it or not, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna start like aiming like directly, almost like the like Minecraft. You're like mining directly above, below you, right?
Yeah, because that never goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, no, not
So
at
what
all.
am I rolling? What am I rolling?
So at this point, Are you trying to do this like in a quick, efficient fashion to just kind of like, all right, we got to get unencumbered by this dirt that's around us, so you just keep going down?
Yeah, so I'm focusing all for where we're at, the small area that we're at. I'm focusing as much as my like resonant energy that I know how to do on the dirt for the molecular level, and trying to like basically move the dirt around us and get us to go down deeper.
Okay, so at this point it'll be another forceful with the gift, and then D4 for your exposure.
Okay.
Oh, look, a lava pool.
You never know.
Yeah, 0 successes also has many possibilities.
Yeah.
Good news is we don't get stomped by a giant robot. 8. Bad news is
You guys aren't going to believe this. An 8, a 4, and a 4.
All right, 3 successes. Yeah, so here's basically what happens. The Goliath is ever approaching to you, and the combination of your ability to like just kind of carve out below you of the dirt, as well as its stomping as it comes through, and it's just sheer weight, you actually create, and there is like a chamber underneath that you kind of go into. Because of the 3 successes, you guys just kind of slide in, and enough of the dirt has been slid down that you actually kind of cake into a pile and land, not necessarily softly, but safely. And the Goliath kind of hits down, and you kind of get the impression that he hits a little hard. So that is Victor's action. Rufus and Cam, you're next.
Go ahead, Rufus.
So we're in a cavern now.
Correct.
So there's no escaping.
There's no escaping.
We weren't escaping anywhere. You had a blaster cannon. I mean,
Yeah. You're not wrong.
I look up. I look here. I'm like, I can't punch anything from down here.
Did the Goliath fall in with us?
Mm-hmm.
So he's in the cavern with us.
Yeah, yeah. The Goliath is in the cavern with you. He fell. And I did mention that he did take kind of a hard hit as he hit down to the ground.
Did any of those swords come down with us?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna pick one up and charge the Goliath and take a slash at it.
Ooh, all right. Go ahead and give me. I will give you the option. Forceful fighting kind of makes the most sense unless you're trying to be acrobatic about it, in which case I'd allow creative fighting.
No, I'll do forceful.
All right.
Okay. I got a 6, a 4, and a 2.
All right, 2 successes. So you are able, as you go through, you're kind of just, all right, enough of this garbage. You take 2 of these feather sword wings and you just kind of run up to it. And as you're going through, you actually see one of the purple cables that seems to be running tenebrous energy through the device's construct. So as you go through, you kind of just do a sliding kick on the ground. And as you do, you just slice one of the cables. And some of the tenebrous juice basically squirts out of one of the cables. And it looks like it weakens a little bit.
Very nice.
I watch
Rufus just grab 2 swords and just haul butt towards the Goliath.
Okay.
And I'm going to let him focus on that for right now, because I know that we still have 2 angels basically circling up above.
Yep.
So as soon as we basically get in, kind of get our bearings, I will immediately take a knee, and you see me swing the rifle back up, and I start tracking one of the angels, and I just start like anti-aircraft fire on them.
Awesome. Observant tools.
D8, D10, and we're at a D4. Oh no. No successes, but many shots.
So yeah, 2 things happen, unfortunately. One, you're kind of just like,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are successes. Two things occur. One, you very, very, very egregiously miss all of the angels as they are kind of swooping around to join the fray. Additionally, you're kind of like click, 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 click. And you have exhausted the battery on said rifle.
That's fair. We'll throw it down and start looking for options for next round.
Okay, so everybody, go ahead and give me another observant plus fighting check as the angels fire off some more of their wings.
Observant.
And might I remind you also, because it is your first time playing Branchriders, that a couple of things that are at your disposal. One, equipment, when utilized and expunged, grants an automatic success. Also, your purpose, if it applies to the current situation, can grant you also automatic success. So just some more creative ways to further heroize yourselves.
So you said observant. And then
Um,
what was the other one?
Observant fighting.
Observant fighting.
Basically,
Okay.
it's the dodge roll in Branchriders.
Perfect.
8, 7, and 1. So 2.
You're good.
6, 5, and 2.
You're good.
7, 4, and 1.
You're all good. The swords kind of bounce around you. They don't kind of track, and it makes sense. They're kind of swooping in to try and triangulate. Now the Goliath goes. Okay.
I don't like this guy.
No, he's definitely not fun. So the Goliath steps over to you. And Rufus, you're very close to the Goliath, so his big, meaty other ape fist is going to attempt to grab you.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me a creative fighting or a creative athletics.
Right. Got a 4, a 5, and a 3.
All right, you are definitely good and safe at this point. And he's going to get one more action, which is to fire an energy cannon. He is actually he's going to fire at Cam, who's just trying to fire the rifle up. So he's the most likely target there. So again, an observant athletics.
That's not too bad. 6, 3, and a 1.
What conditions do you currently have?
Now that immobile is gone, I have none.
Not entirely correct.
Well,
Just
until you give me
kidding.
a new one.
Yeah, he shoots you with a cannon, so you have the hurt condition now.
Okay.
All right. That is all of their actions and attacks. Go ahead, gentlemen. It's your round.
Well, Rufus is just gonna keep meleeing him with the swords and try and deal more damage to the other side, seeing that the tubes on the one side caused it to leak. So I'm gonna do the same on the other side.
Actually, go ahead.
Observant or forceful? Fighting.
I would say forceful at this point.
Got an 8, a 4, and a 2.
Fantastic. Yeah, you do another slash, you cut another one of those cables, and he's kind of moving a little bit slower than he was before, not in any kind of marked degree. I mean, Goliaths always tend to move pretty slow on their own. Go ahead and do me one favor. Go ahead and give me an observant tools check, Rufus. Now that you've been finding all the cords and cables.
Would my gift of keen observer play into this at all?
Ooh, it absolutely would play into it. So with keen observer, yeah, go ahead and give me an observant gift roll with your exposure still at a D4.
Okay. 1 success. 7, 2, 1.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward?
I'll succeed at a cost.
Fantastic. So as you're kind of there, you're kind of like, man, I'm getting some good hits on this guy. And you're kind of looking at those tubes and cables. You notice that the tubes that you cut off of, as they snake, now severed from their kind of clipped moorings, you notice the way that they're kind of flailing is that they're leading up towards the back of the device. So positive and negative here. One, as you're kind of studying these cords, you notice that there's basically a gigantic, which you can only kind of attribute to like a manhole cover that is on the back of the Goliath. All of the tubes seem to feed into this one central area. Now, the cost part. As you're kind of like standing there and you're like, hey, what? That fist, already having tried to grab you, just backhands you, and you take the hurt condition. If you already have hurt, you're now wounded.
Which I am.
So, quick check. What conditions does everyone have?
Wounded.
Which is a red advanced condition. Mike can only take another advanced condition, and he will be out of the scene.
Yep. I have just hurt right now.
Okay, which is basic. And what about you, Chris?
None right now.
Okay. Chris is the point man. Rufus has gone, done another attack stack. So either Cam or Victor. It's up to you.
Did you mention that? Go ahead.
Would I notice how would Rufus basically appear fairly injured at this point physically? Like, is there? Okay. What I would like to do for this portion then
I smell a medic.
Again, what's that?
I smell a medic.
So he is gonna kind of divert some of that energy from his suit again down to his legs to give him like just a burst of speed to try to get up to Rufus, and comes in like sliding at you like you would in baseball up to a base. And as he's doing it, you see the back hand plate on his power armor lift up, and there's like an auto injector that comes out, and I will find a spot that I just yell like, Rufus, this is gonna hurt, dude. Comes sliding in, and I hit him with the auto injector, trying to heal or restore him.
I'm going to actually give you, why don't you, because of the use of that, it's technically equipment. Would you like to make that an
order? The power armor's gift.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a creative gift use.
Okay. 6d8 and then a d4. Make sure I got the right dice. 5, 3, and a 2.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward?
Succeed at a cost.
All right. So it's going to kind of be a little bit of a weird trade-off here. So you go ahead, you do your slide, and as you're kind of going through, just Rufus is just kind of like sitting there, kind of nursing his wounds a little bit, like, oh my God. And you just kind of immediately tag him, and Rufus, your wounded now turns back into a hurt. So he has taken the edge off. Unfortunately, you have made yourself susceptible to another grab. That's your cost. So you are now wounded. You basically traded injuries with Rufus.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Victor. You're the last to go.
Is this Goliath thing? Is any of it not like a construct? Is
what do
any
you
of
mean?
it like, does it have eyes, or does it have a brain, or does it have like any of that stuff? Because you said it had a hand, right? Like,
well, mechanical hand. There's
everything on the
nothing
scene is mechanical.
organic.
Okay.
It is
And
pure.
then the other question I had is, you had stated that there were connectors that you saw connected to these tubes and stuff that were going all over this place.
Yep.
And you said that there's a big manhole in the back or whatever, right? And like, which direction would I be able to see that? Would, like, from where I'm at, like, I guess I'm just trying to paint the picture of like what I see right now.
You at this point cannot see the big manhole cover. That's basically it's basically, I mean, just for Rufus's vantage, it's basically like a cover plate that is riveted down where
Okay.
all of the cables feed into. So it's obviously like the routing of all the power cables
Okay.
to the back housing, and it is then protected by a covered plate. You would not have seen that yet.
Okay.
All you know is you can definitely see the cut cables because they're kind of wiggling about, spewing little light energy around the place. But yeah.
What's holding the cannon on? Does it have connectors as well?
No, the cannon actually is the other arm. It's literally the entire arm is the cannon. Now there are connectors feeding blight energy to it, which is how it is like powering up. Yeah, so I also come with my own sound effects.
Connectors are feeding it to. Okay. Can I try to? If I would, I notice that.
Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
easy for you to notice.
Can I try to target the connector or connectors to see if I can like resonate the actual material to destroy one of the connectors?
So you want to basically Tesla earthquake machine.
I want to try to make the
stable housing.
well, yeah, just make it destroy itself so that way it just disconnects and then it has like less power going into it or something.
Yeah, go. I would say at this point, go ahead, give me an observant gift because you're targeting it.
Okay. So observant and gift. Okay, and then our tracker's a D4. All right. Come on, baby. A 6, an 8, and a 4.
Fantastic. No, extra
Wow.
successes are not a bad thing at this point. Yeah, so
I don't mind sending you pictures either of these.
No. Yeah, a lot of people when they look at the system are like, well, aren't the players kind of guaranteed more than not to succeed? Like fail doesn't happen very often. I go, yeah, it's an adventure. You're heroes,
That's crazy.
whatever. Like, why are you out to kill your players? So yeah, you basically concentrate all of your energy on this resonance to whatever housings are causing this. And as you kind of do that concentrate, it's kind of like carry, or like you just like, and just, and you manage to disconnect and disable the cannon as the purple light of the barrel just, and it just kind of dies down. And actually the creature just kind of starts waving it like, what the hell? So yeah, and you're doing some more damage. He ain't looking so hot right now.
Cool.
All right. And that is everybody's action. So at this point, kind of a peculiar thing seems to happen. And that is the Goliath is suddenly able and notices the angels in the vicinity. And it just kind of glances about at them. And it actually turns its attention partially towards the angels, and it fires 2 cables at it.
Oh no.
The cables latch on, and the angels look as though they're struggling with the Goliath.
Like, no, let's see what happens.
I was gonna say, if anybody would like to basically do an observant culture check, they can, to try and intuit based on previous information you as players may not be remembering. It's kind of like my insight check, or you can do a creative weird.
I mean, if we're just gonna roll to see if we know what we're gonna do, I mean, I'll just roll to see. I mean,
well, I also remember, Chris, that you were wanting to use weird earlier.
Yep.
So
yeah.
So
pretty
here's
cool.
your perfect opportunity.
So what would it roll? What it would be now? Observant.
Creative
weird.
Creative weird. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So that's my 1d10. All right.
Get it?
Giving you a chance to shine, brother.
Creative weird, and then we're at a D4 on the. There we go. A 4, a 4, and a 2.
Okay, 2 successes is sufficient. One of the things that you suddenly become aware of, that the whole need for the refined, hyper-refined tenebrous energy was they needed to re-inject the power cycles of their tenebrous energy into the Goliath, because at this point, it has no allegiance to the Imperium. So it is ancient technology. So you're kind of like, oh, wait a minute. They're viewing these angels as hostiles. Interesting. And it does look as though they are fighting and tussling with the Goliath. They are not acting in concert with it. Which means the angels are attacking the Goliath because they have been attacked, and the Goliath is focused on the angels.
No.
It is now your attack. Rufus, why don't you continue doing first?
Okay, so it's draining the energy from the angels.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
It hasn't fully done it, right? It's
Has not fully done it. It is just tethered the angels at this point, and it is kind of actually keeping them from flying about. So they're kind of struggling with it. So they're no longer able to kind of give their full flight array.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna run up the arm of the Goliath and
Nice.
take a swing at one of the angels to try and like kill it before it can have its power sucked.
All right, go ahead. Give me a creative or forceful fighting.
Okay. Well, that is an 8, a 4, and a 4.
Ooh,
Oh, there you
fantastic.
go.
Yeah, I'm actually
Nice.
going to say two things happen. One, the angel and the Goliath are kind of fighting against each other. So you went through to strike on the angel, which basically created kind of like a counterbalance of its energy, sending a surge back through to the Goliath. So you actually are able to impact the sufficiently drained angel, but also send another burst of attack down through the Goliath.
Nice.
So you had a twofer.
Nice.
All right. Go ahead, either Cam or Victor.
Which direction is the cannon pointing?
The cannon now is kind of hanging towards the ground. That's the one that Rufus just used to run up on the angel.
You said that you can use like your power to do one thing and then just a basic action to like take an item out, right?
We don't really penalize for like taking an item out. That's kind of a free action.
I'd like to see if I can manipulate the earth to get the cannon to point at the other angel.
You could do that. Just as a reminder, the cannon currently has no power.
I know that.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, what I would say here in this example, that would probably be to point the cannon where you want it. I would say that will be a forceful tools. Now, yeah.
Okay, I'll try it. I mean, so D6 and forceful is a low roll for me. I didn't expect to use forceful much. And then we're at a D4 too. So
as you're doing this, and I'm kind of watching, is your intent to lift the arm up and aim it? And then
well, I was trying to use my gift to resonance the dirt to lift the arm up that way. Like that was.
Oh,
what
so
the
you want
intent
to?
was.
Okay, hold on. So you want to use the gift to basically kind of like create a dirt pile?
I'm trying to create a dirt pile to lift the arm. Yeah, I'm trying to like push the dirt that direction or
So
whatever.
you're gonna
if
earth
possible.
bend it a little bit. Yeah, go ahead and use the creative gift. But go ahead, Cam.
Was that intent to basically aim the cannon and then use the other pocket crystal to power it?
I'm dropping the crystal in the cannon. Yeah. To see if it will shoot like the energy back out as a weapon at that point.
I would have, if allowed, would pick up intuitively, like as you're doing this, I can kind of start piecing it together. So for my turn, what I would like to do is I would like to just yell out, "Throw me the crystal." So as you're lifting, I will run it up in there and then jam it in.
Okay.
And then try to get out of the way.
Sure.
Assuming it's not just going to blow up.
Yeah, okay. So what am I
Okay.
rolling then?
Go ahead and give me a creative gift.
Creative, gift, and a D4, right? So
Yep.
D8, D8, and a D4. All right. See what happens. A 4, a 4, and a 3.
All right, 2 successes is sufficient. And Cam, you're trying to stuff the crystalline to create an explosion in the chamber?
Not in the chamber, but to give it enough juice so that it shoots out at the angel, which is where he was aiming this at.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me either an observant tools or a forceful athletics.
We're going to do observant tools because that's my D10. Oh, no. Oh, no.
How many?
No successes.
Okay. Oh boy. So you grab the crystal intending to shove it down into the chamber to kind of force the aim on, and you kind of miscalculate a little bit. So that's going to create a chain explosion. And you get to make the Sophie's choice here. Which of your teammates is going to catch this condition?
Victor, because he doesn't have any.
All right. So hail, the gang's all here, hurt or wounded. Yeah, go ahead and you get blown back a little bit from
Okay.
the creature, and Victor takes the hurt condition.
And I imagine it like there's a chain reaction in the cannon, which launches me. The explosion launches me back. And I
Yeah,
essentially
you are
like
not
fall.
feeling too happy either. Yeah.
Yeah, like I essentially fall on Victor.
Yep. And
Cushioned your
that,
blow.
Yeah.
so Tenebrous Angel is going to fire some swords at the Goliath, which actually does a good point of damage to it. Just kind of firing at it. And the Goliath is going to continue, because it doesn't have its pulse cannon anymore. It's going to now kind of grab and attempt to make a drain on the Tenebrous Angel, and it does actually manage to suck a little bit of energy into itself, which causes the angel to drop to the ground. It has been sufficiently drained. And you actually see the housings that you had previously done, Victor, to disassemble the cannon actually start to correct themselves. So it's not quite repaired yet, but it is spending an additional action to repair itself. Initiatives back to you guys.
How far away are these angels from us right now?
They're both on the ground.
I know, but like how? Like,
They'd be within reach. It's dramatic story time.
do these wings just? Cause it sound like the wings just come off when they break or whatever. Because they were able to just grab the wings and use them last time. So I was curious as how does that work? Like,
Basically what they are is that the wings are constructed by the swords, and they selectively fire swords off, or they just strafe using the wings kind of like as a razor-edged attack.
would I be able to pick up one of these and try to use my Renaissance like energy or whatever to try to figure out how to fire these swords off?
I would say no, only
Okay.
because currently there is no power going to the angels, so their firing mechanism would not be able to be activated.
Okay. Can I still pick up the wings? Like I don't
yeah.
know how they're attached to it. Like do I have to break it off or like?
What I would say is you could definitely do a fire towards them. Like you could rip it off and like throw it at the Goliath if you would like. That would basically be a forceful tools, because you'd be tearing this thing asunder. I will allow your residence gift to allow you to weaken the structure of the wings if you'd like to do it that way.
As far as like taking them off or whatever, yeah. So that way I can bust it
Yeah.
off easier. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I'll try it. What do I need to roll? You said a
Forceful gift.
forceful gift. Okay. Forceful gift.
Yeah, and we got Rufus and Cam in the pocket.
Mhm.
An 8, a 4, and a 1.
All right, 2 successes. You are successfully able to rip these suckers off. Now, do you want to use that momentum from the rip to chuck them at the Goliath?
Is the Goliath like sitting up or still kind of like in a laying position or what does this
No,
look
he's
like?
definitely not in a laying position. He's still standing, lumbering more like, but he definitely looks weakened, and he is within your range if you want to huck these wings toward him.
All those can I see the cables like where they're at, like those cables that were running up like the large, like you were saying they kind of come up into a collective?
That would be on its back, which isn't totally visible to you.
Okay.
Unless you want to try to do it a different way and maybe run up against him with the big shears. That would take you a little bit more time.
No, I don't want to do that. You said we already sheared a couple of the pipes that were running to the cannon in the first place. So can I
You disengage those. It's currently attempting to heal itself and reestablish those connectors.
earlier though he had actually cut some of the lines to the cannon.
Those weren't to the cannon. Those were on the legs.
Oh.
That's why it was moving slower.
I'm trying to get a picture of like what damage I would want to do to this thing. Like does it have like eyes to see through? Like
It's basically I mean, it does have eyes. If you'd like to try to throw it towards its head, you could disengage that, sure.
I'm just trying to make it more difficult for it to make like an actual alignment of where we're at, you know, like
Target acquisition.
yeah, exactly.
No, you could
I'll try
definitely
that
aim
at this
for the
point.
head,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what is
and
that going to be?
In that case, I would say that would be an observant tools because you're chucking the wings at it. So it's more of a targeting roll than anything.
Observant and tools is a D6 and then a D4. Okay. A 4, a 4, and a 5.
All right, 3 successes is going to do it.
This
So
guy.
yeah, you go and huck it, and it definitely it is hurting bad. It's not going to take much longer to take this sucker out, and it looks like it is kind of flailing about because the wings just went and just literally sheared the eyes off of like these razor sharp wings just cut like butter right through this sucker's
Nice.
head.
So it's going to have a hard time seeing where it's shooting,
Oh,
basically.
absolutely, it will be.
Rufus
Oh.
Rufus is gonna run up back the other way towards up back the other way on his arm and go for the back where that cover meets all the wiring and
Okay.
stab directly into that area.
Fantastic. I will definitely say that this will be an observant fighting.
Okay. That and that. I got a 4, a 2, and a 1.
Succeed at a cost or fail forward.
Jeez.
Succeed at a cost.
Why not?
Okay. So you go up, and with the swords that you have in your available, you just double sink these suckers into it. And as they do this, it just electrifies you. But I mean, the positive is you've taken this sucker out. You've gone just directly into the housing. It didn't have much health left. And as you kind of sink it to, you feel this powerful jolt goes through you. You are knocked back and unconscious as this thing just silently just sinks down, slumps, and falls to the ground.
Is that other angel that it was trying to drain, is it still kicking? or is that
No.
toast as well now too?
Yeah,
That's when I
they're
ripped
toast.
the wings
Okay.
off of, right? I think.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then I would spend my turn again, just running up to check on Rufus after he catching the battery discharge and run up and activating glasses
Yeah,
and scanning over him.
Yeah, and we can assume for the purposes of story, because at this point you've completed the mission, that you can automatically bring him to a conscious state. No worries. And
Perfect.
your two things. One, take your exposure tracker, put it all the way down to 1.
Wait, well, I got to get rid of the angel.
Nope. Angel, all enemies are down.
No, he had one on the stream.
Oh, that
Yeah.
angel.
He had it up so people could see
Yeah,
it.
and
Yeah.
immediately your communicator just says, Branchriders, this is Dolores. What's the mission stat? We're reading the 0 blight exposure at the moment. What happened?
Oh, you guys, like, before you guys can answer, he's like, "No sweat, we got it."
Yeah, the exposure was getting up there a little bit, tough guy. Yes. Are you ready for
Rufus-
mission extraction?
In the background,
Rufus
you
is
just hear in the background, you hear Cam just telling Rufus, man, again, I hate to do it. This is gonna hurt. As he jams like another spike in, and then you can feel the auto injector go off, and yeah, Rufus just
nothing compared to being electrocuted.
Before we leave, I would love to have some fireworks because there's still crystals left in the ship up there.
Oh, blown away all trace, huh?
Just get rid of it all, right? So they can't use whatever they had. Yeah. So
yeah, what we're gonna do is basically you take a little bit of time. You say, "Hold off, Dolores. We're gonna go up in just a second. We just got to make sure to erase all trace, as it were." And you basically take the remaining crates of crystals that are there. You set them around the various carcasses and bodies, and you have the portal kind of erected to bring you back to the Nexus. And as before you step through the portal, fire off a nice incendiary shot, launches all the crystals. They explode in a brilliant fire cavalcade, and all trace of the Goliath, nothing is left usable for the Steel Imperium, which is great.
perfect.
And your mission is done. That's the adventure, gang. So I know
I gotta remember to tell you guys to
Well
root
done.
for me to fail in the future, so I can continue to roll incredible rolls.
That was all
That's the
Blick.
secret.
That was all
normal
Mike.
Branchriders campaign play would be that we would get back to the Nexus, and we typically would do a debrief with the Norvik, or if necessary, Dr. Tula, who's kind of the wellness attaché to the Branchrider squad. But in tradition of Bodana, and as we talked about with safety tools and such, how about each of you guys to kind of take us out, and thank you to everybody who's been sticking with us for over 4 hours at this point. Who knew that would happen, right?
Right.
A highlight and a spotlight. So a highlight, again, is something that your character did or a moment you had that you thought was pretty awesome. And then a spotlight, which is something one of your team did that you think was pretty rockin' sauce awesome.
So I had a kind of a spotlight for both of them. And for Mike, it was because it was totally unexpected. But the second he talked about lifting that box, I was like, he's gonna freaking throw it. He's gonna throw it right at that captain. And he sure as heck did. And it was fantastic.
Nice. Very nice.
I loved how both of you guys really played into kind of the concept, which none of us knew going into this game what the characters were going to be like. So the fact that like Chris built a non-combat, like more supportive utilitarian style kind of
I thought we were
build.
going someplace where there's going to be like music and all this resonance going on, and like I was going to have all these tools to like work off of and all, you know, like, and then like we went someplace where like none of that exists.
But even even then, you found a way to work it in, and it was fantastic.
Nice. So what about a highlight for you? Something that your character did that was pretty awesome as a moment, or it could have been a story beat that
So
you're like, man, this was nice.
and I kind of, especially towards the end when we got into that like larger, bigger fight where there was that larger threat of harm and death, I really kind of switched modes again from him going like, okay, F this, it's time to get offensive,
Mm-hmm.
and switched him back to, because one of his purposes is that he has seen enough branch rider teams go out to fight the blight and come back without members. So he took like a personal oath of, my whole job now is to rescue as many as I can.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, that could have very easily been an auto success for you.
Yeah.
And it would have been at no cost to you because it's just it fulfills your purpose. So
Still played a great story though.
absolutely. Mike or Chris, highlights and spotlights.
I'd say the spotlights. I love the role play part that Mike did, like when the ship was basically like going down and just started like ripping shit apart, like literally just playing like role playing that character of like, well, this is a fucking sham. Like we're just gonna get rid of all this shit now.
Going down, don't need this anymore. Or
Yeah, we're
this
just
or
smashing
that.
into fog. What the hell's that bullshit all about? All
I
right.
thought that was awesome as a spotlight, and then the other spotlight was the moment that like everything like went to shit, and then you like went into the other portion of your character and started firing your cannon or whatever, like that instant like turnaround, that was pretty cool. So
Very nice.
and a highlight, I had fun scrambling brains, whether it was over communication or in person. So yeah.
Nice. Whether near or far, your brains are scrambled. That's my code. I love it.
I am surprised that Max did not give this as a highlight for Chris. The moment he was on the communicator with the commander, and he's like, just realize it's your life on the line, and he just looks down at the body of the guy and is like,
Oh, yep. Yeah, that was great. The timing on that was perfection.
Nice.
uh,
So what about for
Yep.
you, Mike?
well, and then so that was Chris's, and then for Max, I really liked the Swiss Army knife approach that you took there with that character. Like, started off stealthy and defensive, and then it was like a hard switch to offensive, go nuts. I really
Yeah.
like that. And then even then, like even when you were in the offensive, you threw me for a loop again with the whole baseball sliding into healing me thing. So you were literally a Swiss Army knife.
And I mean, based on his background, and if you've ever played Cyberpunk,
Yep.
it totally makes sense when you get those megacorps that have asset recovery teams, and it's like dead or alive, we're recovering it. And that's very much kind of the lifestyle that he came from.
Absolutely.
Nice.
And then for me, the personal moment that I really enjoyed was actually at the very beginning with the Nexus, like going into learning the characters, like getting a feel for like the personalities of the different characters, and that initial meshing that you would get from team building, and then just like Max being the person who's like, we're gonna get through this, like don't worry, and then Chris being just the little child playing with his toys, and then me having to react to that.
Nice.
And then of course that also playing into how you running the NPCs and how they responded when I was complaining about him was also fantastic.
Yeah, it was
Nice.
well done.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, again, we're gonna do the debrief next week, which is again gonna go over kind of like, you know, the system and how that operated. Just thoughts for me as far as just in general at a GM, not necessarily system strength, but me, this is the first time I've run for you guys, and I'm always looking for notes and pointers and such like that. So, any thoughts for me on the whole thing to run?
The passion for what you have built and worked on shows. Just through how you ran the game, and it's something. Another thing that you did is also something that I kind of try to focus on as well, just because it does lead to better storytelling. Is making sure that if the torch isn't getting passed, you are interjecting and passing the torch and being like, okay, well, you did this. What are you doing?
Yeah. Definitely a strength with 10 to 14-year-olds having, you always have at least one that's just like, and I do, and I do, and I do, and I do. And I'm
mean,
like,
even
okay, hold on, so yeah,
even
making
like
sure everyone has a role.
Yeah, like even adults though. I mean, you get like this week for our group, everyone was in burnout mode, right? So you're like, okay, cool. Like, and everybody had a rough week. Let's have fun. And then, like I said, you're giving everybody to have that moment, and you did it well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other thoughts from Chris or Mike before we jettison here?
I mean, I really enjoyed the immersive GM style too with the characters. Like when you're playing through the characters and stuff, that's fun. And like role playing the characters, and then also that allows us to also understand, like, okay, how do we then fit in our characters? How do we fit into that world? Like, so that definitely helps.
Okay.
This is something that I know I struggle with, and I'm trying to get better at when I'm running a game. Forcing your players to actually act out the conversations is fantastic, because it puts them on the spot and they actually have to think about what they're saying. Because I saw it a couple of times with Chris when he was like, "It's like, well, what are you gonna say?" And he's like, "Oh crap!"
Yeah.
You can see it on his face. So I really appreciate that level of integrating the role playing aspect of running a game.
Excellent. Absolutely. All right. So good high marks then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was gonna say specifically, thank you, Crystal, as always, for all of the comments and such like that. I mean, you were throwing in your highlights and spotlights here. Yeah, Gossamer and Dolores are two of my favorite characters to play. I actually love playing all of the people at Nexus at the Branchriders Academy, because they're all just so
quirky. I love them.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get to meet Dr. Tulu, who's basically like kind of like a hippie guru therapist, kind of like, we all gotta be like together as a team, because if we're not together, we're apart. And people are like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It's like, not really earth-shattering wisdom and such, but no, I absolutely enjoyed. You guys were not that crazy for me. But yeah.
Base Mom was great.
Oh yeah, that was the other Dolores being absolutely awesome. Yeah, she's the mama of all the Branchriders. So no, this was absolutely another stellar great episode, and can't wait to join everybody next week. Of course, as always, folks want to have this kind of fun at their own table. Branchriders, of course, very simple. So just go to branchriders.com to score your copy, PDF or POD, print on demand. If you're like me, a grandpa, you need a book in your hand that we can get you. And also the exposure trackers and condition cards are available there as well. All proceeds benefit our mission and vision. And if, like the assembled crew, if you want to also join us this Tuesday, we're doing another deep dive into Branchriders system and mechanics at the Onyx Path Twitch. Tuesday, 8 p.m. EST. So join us again. Again, we had a great influx of the Roll to Heal team last week. So we can keep that momentum going, and it's been my pleasure to be your GM.
Outstanding. Yep. Once again, Jack, thank you so much for running this game and coming on with us and allowing us to showcase Branchriders. Truly unique and honestly a lot of fun for such a role play
Very.
heavy game.
Very fun.
We'll go way more in detail next week, but just initial comments about the game is fantastic. I don't want to keep us much longer because we have been going for a while and it is late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew. And we only took one bio break.
I know. We kind of just kept going and going. We're like, I don't know if we're gonna get another one in, guys. But
And I gotta get up early and start smoking a pork shoulder.
I wake
all
up
right.
at 8 o'clock to do a 10-hour board game event tomorrow. Hashtag
Yeah.
nonprofit life. Woo.
Oh man.
You gotta hold the fist up. All right. Well, yep. If you enjoyed this, please continue to join us. If you're watching it on YouTube or listening on the podcast, you can watch us on Twitch every Saturday at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Pacific or Eastern. Sorry, Eastern time. And again, the Madonna group is the people who created the Branchriders. Check them out. They are fantastic people. They are one of our partners at Roll to Heal. If you have any questions or comments you'd like to make, join us at Discord. We have a Roll to Heal Table Talk channel. You can come in, and we keep an eye on it, and we respond when you guys post in there. Also, check out our website, rolltoheal.org, and our Facebook group, Roll to Heal. And if you're interested in joining us or helping out, reach out, get in touch with us.
Yeah, let's get some more of them chapters started.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And with that, Max, Chris, thank you for joining me this evening. Jack, thank you again for running the game. It's fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Let's call it a night. Good night.
Salud.
I'm
Birthday
going to
time.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody.
Be well.